This is Smutty Robinson, still bond at machine, taking the checkered flag. Dean McDonald's TZ, the Miller Racing, we've seen that out a few times, and I'm sure these machines, you'll see them out next weekend at the Classic Bike Festival. Don't forget, folks. So the 7th, 8th and 9th for the Classic Bike Festival. And plenty more machines like it. I was talking to Robin Titterington. He runs the Classic Bike Festival, one of the organisers. He was saying that there's more 2-strokes than there is 4-strokes. So if you want nostalgia, if you love your racing, get to Bishop's Court next weekend. So we'll have the likes of Kyle Reid, Storm Stacey, big names, plenty more of them. And we're having a chat show, a live chat show on the Friday night and the Saturday night at the Marquee. And then that'll be followed by a bit of music and a few soft drinks, I'm sure. So the parade machines will be coming back round towards us and nipping into the paddock there, just at the bottom gate on the right-hand side. And the senior support machines will be out on track for the first race of the weekend. What a picture that is. The 3 machines coming down. Show some appreciation for these guys. And the bikes. Some history there. Fantastic. I'm sure they loved that as well, and hopefully we'll get to see them again later on between races in the programme. I haven't heard any different. So pretty sure they'll be out again after race 6. So coming up next then, the Mid and East Antrim Council Senior Support Race. The pink bib is out on track. The marshals are making their way around. They're doing their final sweep, and then the machines will be out for their warm-up lap. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the senior support race out on the circuit for their warm-up lap. And while they're doing that, please, ladies and gentlemen, if able, please be upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead. So the machines will be making their way round to the grid positions. On pole is Ross Moore after a last-minute dive to the line for qualifying yesterday. A 2:16.6. Ross Moore qualifying, but Dean Graham very close in behind with a 2:16.9. He will line up in second. Third place is Graham Smallwood. Very cool, calm, collected character. Graham Smallwood loves his road racing, as do we all. Nicholas Round in fourth. Fifth is Paul O'Rourke. Stuart McCann in sixth. Gary Jordan will line up in seventh place. William Young in eighth. Ninth is Christian Didelot, and 10th is Bridget LeBear, our American visitor. She's really enjoying the road racing over here. I think she has road racing in America, but I think it's more, there are more deserts than anything else as far as I'm aware. So there's not as much what the riders would call furniture in and around the circuit. So here we go then, the green flag is waved. Quick start for this one. The revs go up, they're told to watch the flag. And away they go. Oh, great start for Dean Graham, but look at Ross Moore. Ross Moore whipped the whole shot. Dean Graham tucked right in behind him, and Graham Smallwood away through, chasing them down. Smallwood's determined to get this one. He had a good run yesterday on that 600. He was enjoying the Super Twin. He's posting some real respectable times on the Super Twin. He's in the junior support and the Super Twin race. So the machine's heading down through the hairpin already and heading down towards Swans. Alexander's jump. Some fantastic photographs yesterday through Alexander's before heading towards Fountain's Corner. So fast down that section, down the back half of the track. Then we have Victor Gilmore Corner. And between Victor Gilmore's and Corby Corner, such a fantastic section there. So fast, so flowing before Corby Corner, and then up through Elders again. Back down towards us. We've seen some spectacular moves yesterday during qualifying, and some of them already thinking that they were racing. Some of the riders were elbow to elbow coming down here, and I'm sure we'll see more of that, especially in this race. The times were so close in qualifying. Very little covering the top three. There's 0.39 of a second covering the top three in qualifying. The three of them away together off the line. And I'm sure they'll be together as they come back down towards us here. You can hear them echoing through the trees. Here they come then. Across the line is Ross Moore. Graham Smallwood's into second place. Dean Graham And the number 9 machine of Nicholas Round holding on to the tail end of them. Newcomer away through there. William Young just ahead, or just behind Paul O'Rourke. Stuart McCann tucked in behind in that triumph. Christian Diddlow and Gary Jordan in 9th place. Love hearing them machines through. Bridget LeBert riding the Evo Gen machine of Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed very kindly lent her the machine. She had difficulties with that ZX6 that she was riding during, it was Armoy, the gearbox packed in. That's the gearbox packed in that. She had no machine. She's also riding the 400. I think it's Darren Duncan's wee 400 that she'll be riding today. So Rossmore with a 1.1 second lead over Graham Smallwoods. But Dean Graham only 0.4 off the back of Smallwoods. So we'll see Graham, he'll start opening up the tops of that CBR 600 Honda. And he'll try and draw Rossmore back in. So Ross, he got one fast lap in this senior support qualifying yesterday. And it was enough to put him on pole. So the pink bib back for, and moving over to the right hand side, back into the paddock. Next machine's up then, the Supersport 600s, the Supersport Next Generation. But this Mid and East Antrim Council senior support race is going to heat up very quickly. Here they come already. Rossmore opening up that gap once again. Graham Smallwood's going to be under pressure. Nicholas Round up into, Nicholas Round up into 3rd place. He posts the fastest lap. Dean Graham, Paul O'Rourke, William Young all the way through. Stuart McCann, Christian Diddlow, Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan away through, disappears in behind the trees. Nicholas Round with the fastest lap so far, a 2:08.9. So he's really drawing them in. Next stop is Graham Smallwoods. He has to get past before Rossmore gets too much of a gap ahead. Rossmore a 2:09.6, Graham Smallwoods a 2:09.5. So they have closed that gap ever so slightly. It's 1.0. So they're starting to wake up in behind Rossmore. Nicholas Round a 2:08.9. He's only 0.2 off the back of Smallwoods. So up into the town, into the hairpin, a prime position for overtaking. So Dean Graham, number 324, there in that 4th place. I would say the red mist has came down. And he's going to try and attack straight away. He has to be careful. Paul O'Rourke and William Young there. William Young still getting used to the place. That was a 2:11.0 that time for Young. He's in 6th, 7th, Stuart McCann. Diddlow a 2:10.8. So Stuart McCann and Christian Diddlow lapping quicker in behind Paul O'Rourke and William Young. These 600 machines, they really do. They get an awful lot of stick at these road races, especially a road race like this, so fast. And more of the same for the next race. The MJF Building Services Supersport Next Generation. If you can make your way to the holder. Oh, look at this. They've closed right up. So Graham Smallwoods, he's well and truly rolled out of bed now. Up into, he's in the 2nd place, still holding off Nicholas Round, but he's right with Rossmore, 0.2 of a second back. Nicholas Round 0.7 back on Rossmore, still pushing, but he's only 0.4 off the back of Smallwoods. Smallwoods determined to keep Round in behind him. Dean Graham still there, 0.5 off the back of Nicholas Round. So again, Nicky really getting the swing of things now on that machine. So that lovely R6 Yamaha getting its legs stretched here at the Mid Antrim 150. Rossmoor slightly slower that time. That lap was a 209.7 compared to his best, a 209.6. Graham Smallwood's faster again, a 209.0. Nicholas Round, that was a 209.2, but he's caught on to the back of Smallwood's. His best was a 289. This is going to be interesting when they come back round. Are we going to have a change of the leader? Just looking there, Bridget LeBur just pulling over into the right hand side there. The old chicane entrance. We're not using the chicane this year. I think the riders don't mind it too much. So we'll wait to see, is it going to be Rossmoor? Just another call for the Super Sport machines to the holding area, please. Those Super Sport machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. Here we go then. The sun glistening. It's still Rossmoor, still in the lead. Oh, Rossmoor. He's answered to Graham Smallwood's fastest lap for Moore, a 208.2. Graham Smallwood's 208.7. They've all upped their game now. Great battle further back. William Young up into 5th place now. But he's further 10. He's just 10 seconds, just over 10 seconds back on Dean Graham. Wow. Bit of an overrun there from Gary Jordan coming through. I thought someone ran into the side of the commentary box. But Gary Jordan burning a wee bit extra fuel. William Young ahead of that group now with Paul O'Rourke just in behind. Keep an eye on William Young's time. His best lap was a 2:11.0. That lap was a 2:11.8. He had a wee bit of work to do to get through on O'Rourke and Dunlop, but this is going to be a good lap from William Young. This bodes well for William later on today. If he can up the pace, he might want to run. He definitely will want to run with the top runners here, but this is a good chance for him. Dean Graham closing that gap on Nicholas Round. Not an awful lot in it here. Rossmoor, he's starting to bite the screen. He's stressing the cables. And he needs to pull away. I'm not sure. I don't think he might be getting a pit board. I've seen a few pit boards going down here, just down below us on the scaffolding at the start and finish line. Just giving the riders a wee bit of information, but I think the top 3 or the top 4 there, they know exactly where each other are. I'm sure Rossmoor heard the echoes of Graham Smallwood's in behind him. So here they come again. Still pulling. Still screaming that CBR 600 Honda. They emerge from underneath the trees. Rossmoor continuing to pull away. Nicholas Round getting the better of Smallwood's. So Nicholas Round has upped his game. Fastest lap, a 2:06.6 from Nicholas Round. Rossmoor 2:06.7 that time. Oh, look at William Young. He's pushing now. He's bringing Diddlo with him. Stuart McCann just dropping back ever so slightly. And Paul O'Rourke hanging on to the tail end of him. We'll wait for Gary Jordan. Bit of a lonely ride there for Gary Jordan. So quick up through here. We were talking about Barry Davison yesterday. How even on the classic machine he gets tucked in behind that big screen, tucked well in behind the fern. He was part of the paintwork coming through here, and he did not lift it one bit. So the pace is going to be even hotter in this next race. The MJF Building Services Super Sport Next Generation. You can still hear Gary Jordan going through the countryside there as he makes his way around. Graham Smallwood's that last lap at 2:07.5. They've all upped their game. The only two that were slightly slower, Paul O'Rourke and Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan's best time was a 2:13.8. That last lap was a 2:16.1. So I think he's just dropped off the tail end of that group ahead of him. Nicholas Round with the fastest lap so far, 2:06.6. 0.9 off the back of Rossmere. So nearly, it didn't look like it, but he was nearly a second off the back of Rossmere. Here we go then. Across the line, Rossmere once again has answered to Nicholas Round, the number 9 machine tucked in behind. Last lap time then. Rossmere with the fastest lap. Once again, a 2:05.7 for Moore. Nicholas Round a 2:06.2. They were all quicker again. Here's Diddlow. Oh, William Young just dropping back. Christian Diddlow a 2:09.2. William Young a 2:12.0. So he's made a mistake there somewhere. He's lost 2 seconds in and around the circuit. And he's dropping back into the clutches of Stuart McCann in 7th place. But Diddlow on that 750. He's going to try and make the best of it here as Gary Jordan. There's a 2:17.0 there for Gary Jordan. So Gary, at this stage, just looking to finish this race. He'll go back into the paddock, regroup, and go again later on. Say these machines, all completely different setup through all the classes from what they had yesterday. So this is a good chance for the senior support machines to get a good setup, and the super sport machines coming up next, so they can get a good setup for later on. So Rossmere a 2:05.7, Nicholas Round a 2:06.2, Graham Smallwood's a 2:06.5, Dean Graham a 2:06.6, Christian Diddlow a 2:09.2. William Young's best time a 2:10.0. That last lap was a 2:12.0. Paul O'Rourke faster again as well, a 2:11.2. He's just in behind Stuart McCann. He thinks he's in with a chance. Here we go then. You can hear them. Here he is. Wow! Another pulled, another lead. It's Rossmere who takes the win. And the fastest lap again, Graham Smallwood. Graham Smallwood's got the better Nicholas Round across the line, and he posts the fastest lap. A 2:05.6 for Graham Smallwood in 2nd place. Nicholas Round in 3rd. Dean Graham had to settle for 4th. Slightly slower that last lap. Diddlow crosses the line ahead of Stuart McCann. Oh, and at the line, William Young under pressure from Paul O'Rourke. But it was Christian Diddlow finishing 5th. 6th for Stuart McCann. William Young in 7th. And 8th, Paul O'Rourke. What a gap there, Rossmere pulled on that last lap. Graham Smallwood's getting the better, Nicholas Round, but it just wasn't enough. And he had to settle for that 2nd place. Gary Jordan across the line. Gary Jordan finishing in 9th place. What a great race. What a great way to start the day here, racing at the Mid Antrim 150. The machines making their way back round on their cool down lap. They'll head back into the paddock where they came out, and of course they'll have their podium and they'll get their medals or their nice wee trophies or whatever they're going to get. So fantastic race. So we'll regroup here, we'll get a wee comfort break, a wee water break, and we'll be right back with you. But the Mid and East Antrim Council Senior Support race was a great way to start the day. Up next, the Super Sport 600s, and you see the majority of them in the holding area already. If you're not there, please get yourself there as quickly as you can for race 2 of the day. that guy?
Yeah, I didn't know. Tell him I said hello.
Did you not?
I didn't know.
Oh, right, okay.
You know?
He's living. What's he living?
He's waiting for House Bar or something.
He was going to buy a house more, but he says, you know, I need this house in 48 hours. He says, oh, no problem, we'll get back in, bring it back. So he bought a place in Morningtown.
Tell him I said hello.
I
Catch
will
up
indeed,
with him.
yeah, absolutely. Cheers.
Good.
Watch that out of stand.
I was just going to ask you, I'll send you something during the week. The County match race
Yes.
on Young Man.
Oh, yes.
2056 is covered in the mention.
Oh, yeah,
So
absolutely.
we'll be selecting the team probably in the next week or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So last year we finished in second. Scotland won it in East Fortune.
Brilliant.
But I'll send you a bit of both or whatever. But
Yeah,
just
good man, yeah.
For next week. Are you commentating next week?
Yes,
Yeah.
the classic bike, and then I'm going over to the Celtic
Oh, I just
song as well, yeah.
Okay, good. So he's a bowler Thursday from Lara.
Right.
Back Monday from Lara.
Uh-huh. Are you bringing your caravan, or what way is it working?
I'm going to fly over.
Flying over on a VIP treatment.
No. I just look. It suits me. I leave on the Friday because I live. I'm in Dublin. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Long haul, dude.
in the airport. You know what I mean?
Brilliant.
So
I send me some info, and then
yeah.
I've asked them to send me stuff over, but
I have it every.
but it's
Yeah, no, I'll get on the case now. We'll build up the next few weeks.
nah, I'll be just.
It was quite an event last year in Scotland. You know? So,
I remember I've done it a few times.
Yeah.
Over Knock Hill, and we've done
Yeah.
East Fortune and stuff.
Yeah.
And we've done.
Yeah.
I don't know, Darley Moor was a different. It was Stars of Darley, but
Yeah.
it was good crack. We always
Good
good
crack.
crack.
Good load trip.
Aye.
So,
I remember Cody Nolly and Alan Hill.
yeah.
It was messy at times. Derek Shields.
Yeah.
Nolly and Shields running across the cars and all.
Yeah. Nothing's changed really to date.
No, is that right?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Good.
Last year Vivian Shields was the team captain, and I said to him, "I'm making you team captain." I said, "If anybody gets locked up," I said, "You have to bail them out." He says, "What happens if I get locked up?" I said, "You're on your hook." And
See you later, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Brilliant. No, they were used with some crack. Man.
So, then we're hopefully now kind of trying to wheeling and dealing now to get it here for 2027. So maybe from that on. See.
Well, the classic one went well last week, or a couple of weeks ago at Bishopcourt, didn't it?
Yeah. So,
Plenty came over, but
yeah, that's Scottish kind of Scottish.
yeah.
Yeah, it's good to get them used to traveling. That's what we need. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Get them used to traveling.
Aye, because it's daunting at first, isn't it? Really, but once you're there and all.
Yeah. You know, the boats are getting better now and stuff
I know.
like that. So it just takes time to work on it. So we're trying to get things done in the south again. Now we have insurance back in that.
Yes, absolutely.
It
Yeah.
takes time, you know. So a lot of people, a lot of riders didn't actually race this year because they wasn't too sure whether it was going to go
I
ahead.
didn't want to spend the money just in
Yeah.
case. Yeah. I know the feeling.
So yeah. Anyway, listen, I'll leave you at it.
Yes.
Good job
man.
anyway.
Oh, thanks very much.
And
sir.
talk to you soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, take
Good
care.
man. Cheers. Neil Kernahan. Kevin Keys in third with a 2:13.2. And Paul Cranston, he lines up in fourth place. He had a great day yesterday. I think the conditions really suited him. So he's just ahead of Sean Brawley. Paul Cranston, 2:13.4. Sean Brawley in fifth with a 2:14.3. Ryan Whitehall, he's on the R6 Yamaha, the older of the R6 Yamahas. He's running it's a classic super sport machine. So we'll see him out later on along with the classic superbikes. So he lines up in sixth place at number 361. Qualifying time of a 2:17.8. Andy Hornby will line up in seventh. He's riding the Paddy McColgan Ducati, a 2:20.1. Dennis Booth in eighth with a 2:26.8. And then we have Paul Falloon in ninth at 2:39.8 for Falloon. Marcus Simpson, he didn't qualify for this one, but he starts in 11th. Likewise for Lee Hara, so he'll start in 10th. Marcus Simpson in 11th. I did see Marcus Simpson leaving the paddock. The red and white leathers and heading up into the town. Here they are then, scrubbing them tyres, getting plenty of heat into them slicks. Sean Brawley there just getting into position. Neil Kernahan. Oh, Barry Ferber there, he's on the Scott Racing Aprilia. He's just making his way back up into the paddock. So he was out for a lap just to make sure everything's ready for the Super Twin race later on. So let's see, Michael Dunlop then takes his position in pole. He gets off the bike, he's looking down at the front of the machine. He's maybe taking a bit of tape off or something. Marcus Simpson at the back of this. This is going to make it a lot more interesting. So he's going to have to try and work his way through the grid. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to engage gear. Revs go up. Watch the flag. Away they go. Oh, Dunlop with a great start. But look at Keys. Oh, Keys up in the second. Sean Brawley up the inside of Neil Kernahan through turn one. And disappearing into the town. So the torque of that Ducati getting away nice and early. But Kevin Keys, he struggled to get the front end down on that R6 Yamaha of his. And he just pulled his body over to the front, over to the right-hand side of the machine and dragged it in that right-hander. Sean Brawley got a cracker of a start there, up the inside of Kernahan. So close there, I don't think Kernahan seen him coming. He just tipped in, side by side going through here. And again, the torque of that Ducati of Sean Brawley up the hill into the town. So that's secured him into that third place. Kevin Keys, they don't want Michael to get away. They have to chase him down. I was talking to Michael Sweeney, Tarnagee, the problem with Michael Dunlop, if he gets away at the start, he's hard to chase down. So you have to stay with him, you have to keep the pressure on. You have to show him a wheel or two just to keep him at bay. But Dunlop, when left here in the lead from Kevin Keys, Sean Brawley from Neil Kernahan. Not sure what sort of headway Marcus Simpson made at the start of that one. But we'll soon find out when they come back down towards us. So here they come then. It's Dunlop thundering his way past. Wow, look at the lead he has already. Kevin Keys in a good position there in second. Sean Brawley holding on to that third place and pulled away from Neil Kernahan in fourth. Look at Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston ahead of Lee Hara and Marcus Simpson and chasing down Neil Kernahan. So Paul Cranston holding on to the back end of Kernahan. He's only 0.9 of a second back. As Paul Falloon and Dennis Booth away through. So just looking there. I was pretty sure that was Lee Hara behind Paul. It is indeed, so just waiting for the timing screens to correct themselves. So Marcus Simpson up into 7th. And Lee Hara, he's following Lee Hara through the group. He started in 10th, Marcus Simpson in 11th. So Hara now up into 6th, just in behind Cranston. He's only 0.1 of a second back on Cranston. Marcus Simpson a further 0.3 back off Lee Hara. But it did look a lot closer when they were coming through here. Michael Dunlop already with a 3.5 second lead over Keys. Sean Brawley, he'll be happy with this one. He's had a good season, he had a good Armoy. And he's just chipping away from being promoted up into the Super Sport class from the senior support. So here they come once again. Dunlop. Oh, the back end of that machine moving. Oh, he's so late. Rolls the throttle and straight back on it on the Ducati. Keys then, wee bit steadier. Again, just off the throttle to get that bike turned over the left-hand side. Sean Brawley giving it another gear up into town. Oh, Marcus Simpson now. So Marcus Simpson, and Lee Hara, they've made their way past Paul Cranston. Marcus Simpson up into 5th place. He's ahead of Lee Hara, chasing down Neil Kernahan. Marcus Simpson's best time a 2:03.4. Neil Kernahan a 2:04.8. Oh, Dennis Booth on Falloon. Bit of a defensive line there from Boothie. But Michael Dunlop, a 1:54.3. Kevin Keys in second with a 1:59.3. Sean Brawley third, a 2:01.0. Neil Kernahan, a 2:04.8. Marcus Simpson in 5th, a 2:03.4. Oh, Andy Hornby, unfortunately retiring out of this one on that Ducati. But Michael Dunlop, he is really singing. He's squeezing everything he can out of this Ducati. Watched him coming down this hill, just to start and finish. A bit of a bumper every single time. The things just starts dancing underneath him. Yesterday during qualifying, he was just brushing that bank as we're looking down at it on the right-hand side there. Just shows you how hard he pushes. Here he is then. Watch the shape of that machine. Bit smoother that time. Oh, listen to Keys and Brawley coming through here. They shut the throttle so they can pull the bike over a wee bit easier. Coming through this right-hander and left-hander. Here comes Keys. Just rolling off ever so slightly. And Brawley giving it an extra gear there. Look at Marcus Simpson. Wow, Marcus Simpson has pulled away from Kernahan and Lee Hara looking past now. Oh, Lee Hara moves over to the left-hand side, squeezes up the inside of Kernahan. I think that's Lee Hara up into 5th place now. Braking for the hairpin. Hara making the most of it. So the next race, the lightweight machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. So the lightweight machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. Dennis Booth away through there. Paul Falloon Ryan Whitehall still in that 8th place. He's for a bit of a lonely 8th place there for Whitehall. 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds off the back of Paul Cranston. And Dennis Booth a further 18 seconds off the back of Ryan Whitehall. So Ryan Whitehall riding that R6, that classic super sport machine, don't forget. You hear the machines going over the bumps in the distance here at Clough. The back wheel's spinning. Here he is then. Dunlop. Oh, a wee bit of movement through the back end. Dunlop, he's in a different league, isn't he, here this weekend. And I think he's got a rally tomorrow as well, so a busy weekend for Dunlop. Kevin Keys. A wee bit of overrun there from the exhaust of Kevin Keys. Sean Brawley way through. Dunlop's last lap, a 1:55.1. Here's Marcus Simpson. Oh, triumph sounds lovely. Oh, Lee Hara not able to get past Kernahan. He tries it again. Lee Hara moves over to the left-hand side. Neil Kernahan, they're side by side going into the town there as they disappear behind the buildings. Not sure Lee Hara, I'm pretty sure Lee Hara got past, but Neil Kernahan must have got him at the road ends. You can hear the back end of them 600 machines screaming for grip as they go over the bumps. The back wheels spinning. And don't forget, these are only 600 machines. Wait till the thousands. The superbikes come out later on. Dennis Booth pulled away now from Paul Falloon. So Falloon, that was Falloon's fastest lap actually that last time, a 2:13.2. Dennis Booth, that was a 2:11.2 that time. But Michael Dunlop, a 1:55.1 compared to his 1:54.3. Kevin Keys in second, a 2:03 for Keys. Sean Brawley, that was a 2:01.2. Marcus Simpson, a 2:03.5 for Marcus Simpson in fourth. His fastest lap was a 2:08. So they've all slowed the pace. Here he is, Dunlop, shifting his body weight over to the right-hand side there. Very, very little movement from Dunlop. The bike's moving about a lot more than he is. So we'll wait for Kevin Keys coming through. That was a 1:55.0 that time from Dunlop. Oh, that R6 screaming, a 1:59.6 that time. Very consistent from Keys. Sean Brawley just blips it down the gear so he can keep the drive on into the town. Here comes Marcus Simpson, his last lap. On a 2:01.2. His last lap was a 2:03. So he's up the pace again. Lee Hara up in the fifth now. He holds off Neil Kernahan. A 2:01.2 for Lee Hara. So he's matching the time of Marcus Simpson. He just struggled to get past there. Just struggled to get past, and it was a wee bit too late. So Marcus Simpson has pulled that gap. He's just over 2 seconds ahead of Lee Hara now. So ran Whitehall. That was a 2:06.6. That lap from Whitehall. Dennis Booth then on the ZX6 machine. And Paul Falloon. The R6 Yamaha just rolling it off. Here he is then. Last lap time for Michael Dunlop. That was a 1:54.9. Remember his best time, a 1:54.3. That's a 111.2 mile an hour lap for Michael Dunlop. Don't forget, that's average over this 3.5 mile circuit. And you've got road ends, you've got hairpins, so averaging 111 mile an hour. He's not hanging about. Kevin Keys on that R6. Again, just the front end lap machine. Just hovering over the ground. So that sorry, Kitty, where are the under 18s not allowed? Look at him, Lee Hara. Lee Hara pushing Marcus Simpson now. That was a 202.7. Simpson's 204.7. But Neil Kernahan's along with them. And just a reminder for everyone around the track, please do not give any abuse to any of the marshals. I think there's some minors giving some abuse there to the marshals, so please behave. I'm sure your mothers wouldn't want any bad language from you, so please respect the marshals through here as Dennis Booth comes round from beneath the trees, the number 26 machine. Wait for Michael Dunlop coming in. Here we go, he had to ride round the outside of Paul Falloon, coming through across the line and takes the win. Wow. That was close. That's exactly what he did yesterday during qualifying. He posted his fastest lap, the last lap of qualifying, and he rode right round the outside of Falloon. He did the exact same thing, a 154.8, but the race is on for fourth place. Wait for Kevin Keys coming. Kevin Keys further back. Here he is then, across the line. Second place for Keys. And he'll take that podium. Sean Brawley for third, but who's going to get fourth? Marcus Simpson was just ahead of Lee Hara. Lee Hara brought Neil Kernahan with him. Simpson maybe making a mistake on that previous lap. Was a 204. Here we go then. Oh, Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan in fourth place, fifth for Lee Hara. Marcus Simpson, after all that work that he did, he had to settle for sixth, apologies. Paul Cranston across the line in seventh. Ryan Whitehall across the line, finishes in eighth, but what a win there from the mastermind. Michael Dunlop, a 154.3. Kevin Keys in second, a 159.3. Sean Brawley in third with a 2:05. Neil Kernahan in fourth, a 2:02.1. Fifth for Lee Hara. What a ride there for young Hara. His best time, a 2:01.2. Marcus Simpson in sixth, a 2:08. Seventh for Paul Cranston, a 2:03.1. Ryan Whitehall in eighth, a 2:04.7. Dennis Booth ninth with a 2:07.9. And Paul Falloon in 10th, a 2:12.3. So the lightweight machines up next. Fantastic race there for the MJF Building Services Super Sport. So next up then, the Bray Joinery Services Carpet Craft lightweight race. We're back to the programme then. So there's Michael Dunlop coming through. Huge round of applause for your winner, Michael Dunlop. Oh, it'll be all right. We're just waiting for the rest of the riders to come back. Here they are. Oh, Kevin Keys with a big wheelie. And another one. Round of applause for second place man, Kevin Keys. Sean Brawley then in third. What a great run there from Lee Hara as well. So the sweeper just sorting out on track, just sorting a few bits and pieces. And we'll get the lightweight machines out on circuit, of course. We'll just keep a wee eye out because I think Michael Dunlop riding the Burrows Engineer and RK Racing Moto 3 machine. He qualified on yesterday, but of course limited to the races that you can do in one day. So it'll be interesting to see which one. There's a couple of riders already down and signing on, dropping races so that they can get through. I'm pretty sure it's still a maximum of 5 in a day. So that's the machines in the holding area ready to go. We just have to wait for the sweeper coming back round and they'll be out on track very shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it'll not be long now before the Bray Joinery Services Carpet Craft lightweight race is out on track. We're just waiting for the sweeper to come back round. And speak of the devil, and he shall arrive, the pink bib, on that lovely fire blade, making his way up towards the holding area. So the machines, the lightweight machines, heading out onto the circuit. So the tire warmers, everyone rushing to get their tire warmers off. So this is going to be another fantastic race. A good grid of machines out in this lightweight race. See Chris Gray there. The 400cc machine, 400s, 250s, Moto 3s, Supersport 300s. Huge array of manufacturers in there too, in the mix. I think I can see Graham McAleese, he's riding the Parker Transport machine. Gary Jordan out once again on his Moto 3. So there we go, the flags are raised and the machines are out for their warm-up lap for this lightweight race. So again, first of the Moto 3s. And on pole position, Barry Davison. Barry gets well tucked in behind the screen of that Moto 3. I would say he would have to do a few warm-ups and a few stretches before he gets on it. But he dominated qualifying in this class yesterday to take pole position. Lining up in second and first of the lightweight Supersport 400 machines is Joe Loughlin. Third place then, second of the Moto 3s for Michael Dunlop. Fourth and second of the lightweight Supersport is James Doy. Third place of the Moto 3s, lining up in fifth, is Nigel Moore. Dave Walsh then will line up in sixth on his Super Mono Kramer machine. Lee Hara in the Supersport, he's first in the Supersport 300s. He lines up in seventh. Also on the Parker Transport machine, Lee Osprey in second in the Supersport 300s will line up in eighth. So Graham McAleese lining up in ninth. 10th for Gary Jordan, he's 5th of the Moto 3s. Owen Everard is 3rd in the Supersport 300s, so we'll keep a close eye on Owen Everard. He'll line up in 11th. 12th for Robert O'Neill, 13th for Rossi Dobson, 14th for Jack Sands, 15th for Darren Duncan. Simon Lehan lines up in 16th, 17th for Malcolm Love, 18th for RJ Woolsey, 19th for Raymond Hodges, and 20th for Brian Harding. So during qualifying, again, Michael Dunlop just getting into the swing, getting tucked into that Moto 3 machine. And he really upped his game in the closing stages of qualifying in this class yesterday. He managed a 2:23.0, but our pole sitter Barry Davison a 2:21.9. Again, different conditions today, so we'll see what happens in this race. I'm sure it's going to be turned on its head. Joe Loughlin, he done a 2:22.3 in qualifying, so again the times are very close at the top. And James Doy not too far away, it was a 2:24.0. So here they come then towards the grid. Again, big mixture of machines. The Moto 3s, lightweight Supersport 400s, and of course that super mono class that Dave Walsh is in. Dave Walsh on the Kramer, the Supersport 300 machines as well. And it's good to see a couple of 125 two-strokes in the mix. Huge grid of machines here for this lightweight class. So the marshals just making their way to the back of the grid, and they'll follow them off once the last group is let go. Barry Davison there on pole, just making sure his wheel is right on the line for the best chance in this one. Michael Dunlop on the far side, and sandwiched between them is Joe Loughlin on the 400. The 400 might be a wee bit easier to get off the line than these Moto 3 machines. You might see some of the riders trying to pedal the machines away, much like they did in the 125 days. Not sure, a wee bit of a hold up there, one of the machines at the back maybe. Waiting for the green flag. Here we go then. They're told to engage gear. The revs go up. And away they go. Oh, Moto 3's on the limiter. Joe Loughlin with a great start. Oh, but look at James Doy. James Doy got a cracker of a start there too. Second group then. They're told to watch the flag. And away they go. Oh, Darren Duncan on the 125 Honda looked like he got away well, but look at Rossi Dobson. Oh, Rossi Dobson with a clinker of a start there. The third group then is a no-go. I think that's William Young. Oh, they stalled the machine. Can't get the machine going. He had issues in qualifying on that wee 125, but away he goes. That machine, the wee 125 Honda, ridden by his late brother Mark Young, fantastic rider. Back in the day, a real top runner in the 125s. Rode a 250 as well, I'm pretty sure. But Mark, he was very fast indeed. And of course, so is William. So William Young, he's riding the Supersport 600 machine as well. He'll be out in the Supersport race, a senior support race again later on. What a start there for James Doy as well. He got away really well with Joe Loughlin tucked in behind him. And then Moto 3's just struggling with the torque up the hill. And Jack Sands from the second group too. I've seen Jack Sands just doing something with his visor. He might have just been closing his visor, but he was moving it, adjusting. There was a few riders yesterday having issues with their visors steaming up. They're going down the straight, just lifting the bottom of the visor ever so slightly with one hand and closing it again before they get the corner. So we're waiting to see, is it Joe Loughlin still ahead? Here he comes in, he is indeed. Joe Loughlin on the push now, the number 27. Oh, absolutely flat out there. It's James Doy in second. Michael Dunlop leading the Moto 3, but he's right tucked in. He moves over on James Doy. Lee Harway through, Ty Davis and Nigel Moore, Lee Osprey, Graham McAleese, Guy Jordan all the way through, Owen Everard in 10th place at the minute, but he's there. Oh, look at Rossi Dobson. Where does he slot into on corrected time? Rossi Dobson currently 6th of the Moto 3s. And a whole freight train of motorcycles making their way up through. Keep an eye on William Young. Is he still circulating? He's got an awful lot of work for himself here. How well he's tucked into that machine. But leading the lightweight supersport is Joe Loughlin from James Doy. Michael Dunlop third on the road. Pretty sure he nipped up the inside of Doy there at the top of the town, but he's leading the Moto 3. Lee Hara leading the Supersport 300. He's in fourth place at the minute. Barry Davis in second in the Moto 3s, and right behind him is Nigel Moore. He's third in the Moto 3s in sixth place. Lee Osprey in the Supersport 300. He's second at the minute. Graham McAleese, he's eighth on the road, fourth in the Moto 3s. So just a call for the lightweight and junior classic machines, please. So junior classic, lightweight and junior classic machines to the holding area, please. Oh, we've got a red flag in this race, unfortunately. So unfortunately this this race has been red flagged. But if the lightweight and junior classic could make their way to the holding area, please. And these machines just being pulled over to the side. So if we hear anything, ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon let you know. But for the meantime, this session is red flagged. If all spectators could please stay where they are for the meantime. And again, if I hear anything, if we have any update, we'll soon let you know. So just hearing there, ladies and gentlemen, so the clean-up crew is out, so it was a wee slip-off, just one of the riders. They're just cleaning up a wee bit of fur and whatnot, so it'll be 5 minutes, and they're having one warm-up and a 5-lap race. So one warm-up lap and 5-lap race, so about 5 minutes or so, they'll be back on track. Okay, folks, so the machine's getting warmed up in the background. Everything's sorted and ready to go once again. The sweeper is back. So it's 1 warm-up lap and 4 laps for this one. So 1 warm-up lap and 4 laps, like a sprint race. And we'll try and keep up as best we can. There's so many different classes out in this. But the machines will be shortly heading out for their warm-up lap. So take the tyre warmers off. The Moto 3s, they need the wheels, the wee runners, the starter motors to get them going. So I think we're more or less ready to go. Same grid then for this one. There we go, the flags are waved then, and the machines are on track for their warm-up lap. So Barry Davison back round to pole position. Joe Loughlin in second. Third will line up Michael Dunlop. Fourth for James Doy. Fifth for Nigel Moore. Nigel, don't think he got the start that he wanted in that last one. So he's got a second chance. A few riders a second chance in this one. And including William Young, so he'll have to get away a wee bit better. You give him less work to do, of course. William, he's the only machine in the third group, but that gives him a good chance because he's got a good clear road ahead of him, and it's all in corrected time, don't forget. Dave Walsh in 6th, 7th for Lee Harry, 8th for Lee Osprey, 9th for Graham McAleese, 10th for Gary Jordan, 11th Owen Everard, 12th for Robert O'Neill. Rossi Dobson lines up in 13th. What a cracking start that he got from the second group. Jack Sands in 14th, 15th for Darren Duncan, 16th Simon Lehan, 17th Malcolm Love, 18th RJ Woolsey, 19th for Raymond Hodges, and 20th for Brian Harding. Barry Davison pole once again. Joe Loughlin, he's going to have to do this all over again. Hopefully, he's hoping he can get the start that he got in the first one. And the travelling marshals just in behind, so everybody in position now. We'll wait for the green flag to be waved at the back of the grid. So there we go. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag, the revs go up. And away they go. Look at the pedals of Michael Dunlop, but it didn't help any. Oh, look at James Doyle. James Doyle's kind of right round the outside. And Joe Loughlin, he's moving up the inside. Second group then. Away they go. Rossi, Dobson, Deja Vu. Rocket. Let's stay in there, Darren Duncan. They're slipping back, fourth in that group there at the minute. Once again. James Doyle with a cracker of a start there as they make their way down through the country. Remember, this is only a 4-lap race. So 4-lapper. Joe Loughlin getting that machine off the line. Michael Dunlop struggling to get it running with the machine. I was just waiting for him to pick it up, but he pedalled that bike as much as he could off the line, and he just slipped back to about the front of the midfield. But Joe Loughlin and James Doyle, brave, looking around the outside. He just looked over at Joe Loughlin and thought, no, I'll just stand behind you. It was the first lap before it was red flagged. It was Joe Loughlin had a pretty good lead. We're just waiting. You can already hear them coming back down towards us. James Doyle, he was under pressure the last time from Michael Dunlop. I think he might have just squeezed up the inside at the hairpin. Dunlop riding that Burroughs Engineering RK Racing Moto 3 machine. And he's got Michael Sweeney's 650 with him as well, but I'm not sure if he's going to be riding it today. Here comes Joe Loughlin in the lead. James Doyle is a lot closer. Look at Michael Dunlop. Oh, Michael Dunlop on it hard. And so's Barry Davison. Lee Harris just tucked in behind Barry Davison. Lee Osprey with a good start there. Bryson Mullen machine. Second group then, Rossi Dobson. Across the line. Oh, popping and banging his way round the countryside here in Clough. Rossi Dobson well ahead of that second group. Remember, this is all on corrected time. So he's got a good chance to climb up that time. Jack Sands away through there with Brian Harding just in behind him. That's Malcolm Love away through. RJ Woolsey on the Supersport 300 machine. So on track then, it's Joe Loughlin in the lead from James Doyle. That's a lightweight Supersport. Michael Dunlop leading the Moto 3. He's up in the third place. Barry Davison just in behind him. But Lee Harrow was tucked right in behind Barry Davison. I think he might have been fishing for a move up the inside into the town. But you'll not beat Barry Davison on the brakes, especially on a Moto 3. So that machine, that Supersport 300 machine of Lee Harrow, a wee bit heavier. And that wee bit more difficult just to get stopped. Graham McAleese then, he's third of the Moto 3s. He's in 6th place at the minute on the road. Lee Osprey second of the Supersport 300s in 7th. But Rossi Dobson up in he's 4th of the Moto 3s at the minute. Just ahead of Nigel Moore after that great start. Gary Jordan, 6th of the Moto 3s. Owen Everard, still, he's 3rd in the Supersport 300s. But great, another podium for young Everard. So on track, it's Joe Loughlin, James Doyle, Michael Dunlop, Barry Davison. Dunlop was closing them in. The gap last time was 1.1 seconds. James Doyle was right on the tail of Joe Loughlin, but not anymore. Joe Loughlin pulling them ahead. Doyle. Oh, look. Michael Dunlop, instead of rolling off round the right-handers, he's moving his legs out. Just to slow that machine up ever so slightly. So he's nearly acting like a parachute on that Moto 3. Joe Loughlin with the fastest lap at 2:09.3. James Doyle inside at 2:10.9. Michael Dunlop at 2:10.2, still ahead of the Moto 3s. Barry Davison just ahead of Lee Hara. Barry Davison at 2:15.8. He's nearly 8 seconds back on Michael Dunlop. But Joe Loughlin definitely running away from this one on the road. It's Brian Harding and Jack Sands coming through here. Gaggle of riders in these 400 Supersport machines. Number 42 machine, Stephen Walsh has got a head up the inside of Chris Gray round this right-hander. So Walsh is on the move. Malcolm Love on the wee 125. He's 12th of the Moto 3s at the minute. RJ Woolsey 4th of the Supersport 300 in 20th place. So the last lap flag is being flown here for this lightweight. So again, another call for the lightweight and junior classic machines to the holding area. That's the lightweight and junior classic machines to the holding area. So has Michael Dunlop been able to get the better of James Doyle? Joe Loughlin on a charge. That was a 2:09.3 for Joe Loughlin compared to Doyle's 2:10.2. There he goes in. That gap is opened up massively. Watch Michael Dunlop here, sticking his legs out. So he doesn't have to roll the throttle. When he rolls the throttle, he's losing far too much drive up the hill. So he just needs that wee bit of drag on that Moto 3. Barry Davison, look at Lee Hara in the slipstream of Barry Davison, trying to get the better of him up through into the town. Lee Hara moves over to the left-hand side. But I don't think he can do anything about Barry Davison there on the brakes. Once again, the number 21 machine away through. Number 21 machine, that's Robert O'Neill, being chased down by Rossi Dobson. So Rossi Dobson up into 7th on the road and 4th of the Moto 3s. What a debut for young Dobson. So we'll have to remember, this is only his 2nd road race, don't forget. He was out at Armoy, had a good steady run at Armoy. Simon Lee on the way through. Number 97 machine, there's Brian Harding. So Brian Harding ahead of Jack Sands, the number 14 Jack Sands, on crack the time. He's 10th of the Moto 3s. Chris Gray, Darren Duncan, Malcolm Love, RJ Woolsey, all the way through. So Joe Loughlin, faster again on that last lap at 2:08.4. James Doyle at that was a 2:11.8 last time, and a 2:11.2 for Michael Dunlop on that last lap. So Joe Loughlin, he will be getting the checkered flag next time round. The number 27 machine, here he comes in. Joe Loughlin across the line, and he takes the win on the road, and the lightweight Supersport win. James Doyle then, still ahead of Michael Dunlop. James Doyle, 2nd lightweight Supersport, 2nd on the road. Dunlop wins the Moto 3, and 3rd on the road. We just wait for Barry Davison then, he's 2nd of the Moto 3s. Oh, he's under pressure. Look at Lee Harry. He can't out-drag him in the lane, but Barry Davison, second alone across the lane. Lee Harry wins the Super Sport 300 class. Graham McAleese, last step of the podium for the Moto 3s. And across the line for Lee Osprey. Second in the Super Sport 300. Gary Jordan just tucked in behind him there. He's fifth of the Moto 3s. Rossi Dobson. Bow your head, young man. Absolutely unbelievable run from Rossi Dobson. Fourth in the Moto 3s. What a run, just ahead of Nigel Moore. So Gary Jordan then finishing sixth of the Moto 3, seventh for Robert O'Neill. Third place and last step of the podium goes to young Owen Everard for the Super Sport 300. What a ride for Owen. Simon Lehan across the road line then, eighth in the Moto 3s. Brian Harley, ninth of the Moto 3s and 14th on the road. We're waiting for third place of the lightweight Super Sport. Number 42 across the line, Stephen Walsh. His last step of the podium. A good race between these lot across. That's Jack Sand, Chris Gray, Darren Duncan, RJ Woolsey and Malcolm Love. So next up then, the lightweight and junior classic machines. This is the Classic Bike Festival sponsored race 2 in your programs. Up next. So the machines returning. Fantastic race there. Michael Dunlop, that's your winner there at the Moto 3s. And now Lee Hara, great run there for Lee. And for the team, the Parker Transport Racing team, they'll be over the moon with that one. Okay, folks, so just a few machines being recovered in and around the track, so it won't be long now until the Classic Bike Festival lightweight and junior classics will be out on track. Just to let everyone know, up at the town, the Masonic Hall, there is a free motorcycle display. So there's some very famous motorbikes that have actually won around here in the past. So you can go up to the Masonic Hall and go in. It's free entry. There's a bar there. The beer isn't free, unfortunately. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. But you can go up there, have a wee nosy at the machines, get photographs taken, and there's a few special riders up there as well. And get some photographs, get some signatures, and make your way up there. It's absolutely free, and so you can go in and see them special machines. This race, the lightweight and junior classic machine, sponsored by the Classic Bike Festival, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, if it's not in your diary, put it in right now. It's next weekend, 7th, 8th and 9th. Very special guests there. We're having like a live podcast / chat show on the Friday night and the Saturday night. So Kyle Ride will be there. The likes of, you've got Rory Skinner, you've Storm Stacey, the Trickster, Steve Parrish, he's got to be there. There's going to be loads and loads of names. And you can rub shoulders with these very special riders and get closer to them, and you'll probably never be able to get any closer to them. And you can mingle with them. There's a bar, there's going to be music, live music playing all weekend. So get yourselves there. And of course, racing, loads of racing at Bishop's Court next weekend. And we've got loads of parade laps, all special machinery going out. So get yourself there. And of course, they are indeed sponsoring this race. This is race 2 in your programmes. So we had the senior support and the super sport next generation was the first 2 races. The lightweight was just over. And what a great result for Joe Loughlin winning the lightweight over James Doy. And Stephen Walsh in 3rd. Michael Dunlop winning the Moto 3 from Barry Davison. And Graham McAleese, great result there. Graham McAleese, first time on that machine, a Parker Transport bike, taking the last step of the podium. Great win for Lee Harrott in the Supersport 300 from Lee Osprey and Owen Everard. So another great podium there for young Owen Everard. It won't be long again. They're just recovering a few machines, sorting out the track and making sure everything is good and safe to go. So fair play to the whole club. And everyone involved that has put this back on this weekend has had months and years of planning. And don't forget, they also ran a meeting at Bishop's Court a couple of weeks ago, so the stress that the club must be under. And poor Kitty, she'll enjoy tomorrow night just sitting in the house. I think it's going to be a jammy day tomorrow for a lot of us. But well done to Kitty, our clerk of the course. She's been in and out of the radio, organising everybody. And I didn't even know, whenever I was racing, I didn't know how much stress and what goes on behind the scenes. You know, I'm hearing it all in my ear here as I'm chatting to you, and they're still talking and still organising each other. But they've done a fantastic job to get this back. And next year it can only get bigger and better. So we're already looking forward to it, and I'm sure the club will be planning next year on Monday. I'm sure they don't want to be doing too much on the Sunday. But so the machines in the background getting warmed up. The Classic Bike Festival, lightweight and junior classic. I'm going to finish my coffee while these machines get dragged onto the road. And they'll be out on their warm-up lap. That's when we'll go through the grids and let you know where everybody lines up. So the machines are out on track for their warm-up lap. And they're making their way round to the grid positions. First three on the grid, all 350s, is Barry Davison on pole from Nigel Moore and Andy Kildare. The first 250 then lines up in fourth, Richard Ford. Fifth for Robert McCrum. Sixth is Waddy Brown. Seventh, lining up Stephen Walsh back out again after jumping off that podium. Eighth for Mark Johnson. Second of the 250s is Malcolm Love. He'll line up in ninth. Simon Lehan lines up in 10th. 11th for Brian Harding. 12th for Darren Duncan. Third of the 250s is Gary Hutton. He'll line up in 13th place. 14th for Terence Sansom. 15th for Sean Leonard. 16th for Gareth Arnold. And 17th for Trevor Stewart. We're waiting on the machines coming back down the hill, and here they are then. Barry Davison, qualifying time at 2:26.2. Nigel Moore second at 2:31.0. Andy Kildare at 2:33.0. Richard Ford at 2:34.0. Robert McCrum 2:34.8. Waddy Brown at 2:34.9. So the race between them lot. Again, different conditions. So the classic machines, the only machines not to worry about changing, swapping tyres yesterday. Remember, they've one tyre for all conditions, rain, hail and snow. These riders are always ready for it. Barry Davison on pole. Just watch Barry, this machine, he was tucked right in, he disappears behind the fern of that 350, and he just, he's so talented, as we all know. But up through here, absolutely pinned. So the green flag is being waved at the back of the grid. Oh, there's a latecomer there. So I think that's Trevor Stewart, or Trevor, ready to go. So the green flag is waved. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. Heads down, revs go up, and away they go. Oh, Nigel Moore cuts across there. What a start for Nigel Moore. Long drag up the hill. Oh, and an issue there. Oh, no, Malcolm Love with an issue. Second group then. Away they go. We'll have a look. Great start for Gary Hutton. He gets tucked right in behind there. Trevor Stewart away. Sean Leonard just ahead. Again, Sean Leonard's another one between Nigel Moore, Barry Davison, Paul Cranston, Sean Leonard. All legends in road racing, racing many, many years. And still enjoying it. So Sean Leonard, I think he's there. He's 11th of the 350s. Not quite the start that he wanted there, but Gary Hutton, the number 20 machine, got a blinder from the second group. Nigel Moore, I didn't think Nigel Moore was going to get that bike straightened up there, but he got the whole shot anyway. Barry Davison looked like he got better drive up the hill. He was able to tuck in the fern. And remember, that bike of Nigel's, so the only thing he can get tucked in behind is the number plate on the front of his bike. So we're expecting Barry Davison and Nigel Moore together in this one. They were together, they were rubbing shoulders, rubbing elbows all last weekend at Armoy. I asked Barry about racing along with Nigel, and they've been together for so long, they know exactly what each other is going to do before they even know what they're going to do. So they've been racing together for a long, long time. The next race up then is the open race, the big one. If the superbikes can make their way to the holding area, you see some superbikes already up there. I think a glimmer Marcus Simpson's machine perhaps just in between the teams. Here they come then. Oh, it's Barry Davison. Look how much he's tucked in that bike. Absolutely flat stick round there. Nigel Moore, Robert McCrum. Robert McCrum right in behind Nigel Moore. And again, I don't think he's going to be doing anything on the brakes with Nigel. But McCrum up into third place. Andy Kildare up into fourth. Number 51 machine. Richard Ford fifth, sixth for Stephen Walsh. Waddy Brown seventh, eighth for Simon Lehan, ninth for Brian Harding. Darren Duncan in 10th, 11th there for Mark Johnson. Gary Hutton in 12th, 13th for Sean Leonard. Terence Sanson in 14th. Just in behind Sean Leonard. So Nigel Moore 4.8 seconds back on Barry Davison, but look at McCrum, 0.2 seconds back on Nigel Moore. Trying to make a move. Nigel, his machine that wee bit later. Egan a wee bit later on the brakes. Into the town. So number 33 machine there, Stephen Walsh. Good start there for Walsh. 6th in the row, 5th of the 350s. But leading the 250s is Richard Ford. 2nd of the 250s is Gary Hutton. 3rd of the 250s, Terence Sanson. But there's no doubting the leader there, leader on the road and leader of the 350s. With nearly a 5-second lead already on the first lap. So that classic machine, there's a few missing there from the entries that they were meant to be here this weekend, and in the unlimited class as well, so the 500s and the open, and they're going to be out later on. A few not able, they're very temperamental, these machines, although they are classic bikes. We spoke a wee bit, we touched on it yesterday, how they are classic bikes, but most of them, I would say 90% of them are built brand new from the ground up. So here he comes again, Barry Davison. Staying in the middle of the road, lining up this right-hander flat out. Oh, the note change on that bike just as he tips over. And here comes Nigel Moore, still ahead of Bert McCrum. 51 way through there, Andy Kildare in 4th, Richard Ford. So Richard Ford in 5th, Stephen Walsh dropping down the timing screens here. Oh, side by side across the line. That's number 97 away through there. Simon Lehan and Brian Harding at it, neck and neck across the line. Oh no, Mark Johnson. So a retirement there for Mark Johnson, unfortunately. So he'll be pulling into the paddock. Just up from us here, Barry Davison with the fastest lap. 2:21.3. Here comes the second group then, again side by side. Oh, Gary Hutton and Sean Leonard. Oh, Sean Leonard was thinking about it. He's got the outside line, but Gary Hutton cuts across the front of him and back up into the town. Sean Leonard, he didn't want to give that up at all. Nigel Moore still in that second place at 2:25.6. Robert McCrum in third at 2:26.0. Again, still right with Moore, 0.6 of a second, but the gap has opened up now, back from Barry Davison to Nigel Moore, 9.1. So 9.1 seconds back on Barry Davison. I think this is another one he's going to run away with here. But again, it'd be great to see Nigel and Bert on the podium for the 350s. So Bert McCrum, we all know there's so many characters in the road racing paddock, but Bert, he's definitely up there. The heart and soul of road racing in and around the paddock. A lot of he's loads of spectators. You all just see them with their helmets and all on, but see in the background, in the paddock, they're real people and real nice. And this man too, he's so laid back in real life, and he just goes out and he does his thing. Barry Davison, look at that lead now that he's got. Bert McCrum not letting Nigel Moore go at this one. That gap closed ever so slightly. There's absolutely nothing in it across the line with times. Nigel Moore 225.6. 226.3 that time for Nigel Moore. Bert McCrum at 226.3, so they're neck and neck. And times, Bert just holding on in there. Wally Brown across the line, he's up in the fifth. Andy Kildare getting the better of Andy Kildare, so he drops to fifth. Sixth place then for Richard Ford, but he's still leading the 250 class. Darren Duncan across the line, number 105. Brian Harding up into eighth now, getting the better of Simon Lehan, but he's chasing down Stephen Walsh. He's trying to redeem himself there, dropping to seventh on that previous lap. Wait for the second group then, unfortunately. Mark Johnson retired from this race on that last lap. Just another call for the Superbikes. Oh, Sean Leonard has got the better of Gary Hutton. Oh, look at Gary Hutton. He's trying to go up the inside, and he does. He squeezes that wee 250 up the inside of Sean Leonard into the town. And Leonard, he's going to have to do something pretty quickly. He can use the power of that 350 down around the back half of the track and through Alexander's. But he would rather get past. If he got past on the brakes, he can get the drive down that big long straight. And he can pull a wee bit of a gap on Gary Hutton. Sean Leonard that time at 240.7. Gary Hutton that was a 240, apologies, it was 241 on that lap. Gary Hutton a 242. That was Gary Hutton's fastest lap. And Sean Leonard still pushing him. Terence Sansman just in behind. He's 13th, but third of the 250s. So I think he'd be guaranteed a podium. Here comes Barry Davison already. The BG40 machine. Again, just poetry through here. So the gap, I think it was near 10 seconds on that last lap. It's a lot more now. Oh, it's 18 seconds. It's up to 18 seconds, and he's pulling away from Bert McCrum. 1.4 seconds, so Bert looks like he's going to have to settle for that third place. Wally Brown away through. Oh, Andy Kildare just ahead of Richard Ford. Oh, Andy Kildare under pressure now as they both chase down Wally Brown. Wally Brown opening up that gap that wee bit, 0.8 of a second. There's not much in it, but it's just enough if he can maintain it and stay ahead of Kildare. 90 seconds. Simon Lee and Brian Harding still at it. Darren Duncan, bit of a lonely race there for Darren. Again, just sitting up on that machine. Rolling the 350, losing a lot of drive up through there. It's like Michael Dunlop earlier on, just using his legs for the drag instead of shutting that throttle, losing too much speed and too much drive up there. So, and we've seen that with a lot of the riders. Some riders yesterday actually had to Dropping a gear to get up. Oh, Sean Leonard away through. Gary Hutton's made a mistake somewhere. Gary Hutton, let's see. Gary Hutton, that was a 2:45 that time, so he's made a mistake somewhere. Sean Leonard with a bit of a gap, over 4 seconds of a gap now for Sean. 196 Terence Sansom again. Another lonely one for Terence. So another call for the Superbikes, please, to the holding area. The Superbikes to the holding area for the Steel Tack Sheds open race. Here he comes again. Pit boards out. Just doesn't lift his head at all through there. Everything tucked in. Bert McCrum that last lap. 1.4 seconds back on Nigel Moore. Oh, that gap's opened up. Big time now. Really more machine away through. Bert McCrum is most definitely settled for that third place. Waddy Brown then, he's opened up that gap on number 12, Richard Ford. Oh! Andy Kildare, big blow up for Andy Kildare through here. That's a massive blow up there for Andy. Poor Stephen Walsh. Poor Stephen Walsh. I've got a face full of I don't know what. Number 47, Brian Harding still pushing there. Tucked in behind. So the number 51, Andy Kildare, out of this race, unfortunately. Smell the burning, smell the oil burning on that bike. Simon Leatham through, Brian Harding, Darren Duncan, he's 10th at the minute, number 105. So Richard Ford leading the 250. That wee bike sounds really, really sharp out there. The number 12 machine in behind. He was 1.3 seconds back on Waddy Brown. Waddy Brown just opening up that gap. Milliseconds by milliseconds. Sean Leonard. He be wondering where Gary Hutton is. Oh, that machine doesn't sound good. Sean Leonard's machine. Misfiring there, popping and banging as he goes down in through the town. So hopefully Sean Leonard, I think he's just going to be wanting to finish this race at this stage. That was a 2:40.1 that time from Sean Leonard. That was actually his fastest lap. As Terence Sansom goes through. But Kildare, he'll not be happy with that. A wee bit of work to do then before next week. So the gap back now is 25.5 seconds back to Nigel Moore. 101 Bert McCrum. Away through a further 4.9 seconds back on Nigel. Waddy Brown, look, Waddy Brown is pulled away now from Richard Ford. Lovely sound, a wee 250. The gap is up to 2.6 seconds now. Richard Ford, he has to remember he's got his own championship to run. He's got his own points to gather. And he's got his own race to win. Still leading the 250s in 5th place. Richard Ford, Stephen Walsh, he's 5th of the 350s, just in behind. In 6th. So he gets promoted up an extra space. Andy Kildare after the last lap. Oh, look at these Brian Harding looking away off the inside there. But he just tucks back into the slipstream. Simon Lehan under pressure now. Both of them posting the fastest lap, their fastest lap, a 2:32.1 and a 2:32.1 for both Simon and Brian as they cross the line. Darren Duncan away through. You hear the revs just dropping. That's a pretty steep, it's steep enough climb up through there. And it's a long old hog into the hairpin. So that last lap flag Still being flown. So Sean Leonard should be coming any second now. He posted his fastest lap there, a 2:40.1 on the last lap. It didn't sound too well coming around, but here he comes then. Wee bit slower. There's definitely a wee misfire out of that machine, but here he is. Barry Davison takes the win. The number 40 machine. What a result once again for Davison. We're just waiting for Nigel Moore now and Bert McCrum. Again, these things you have to start. You're just listening, especially if you've got a huge gap, the likes of Barry. I think he's well experienced now, but you're listening to the machine, any wee small differences. Here he comes, Nigel Moore. Cross the line, he's got past Terence Sampson, but cross the line, second place for Nigel. And Bert McCrum, what a result there for Bert. Last step of the podium, third place for Robert McCrum. Waddy Brown across the line, he's fourth in the 350s, but look at that, Richard Ford takes the win in the 250 class and fifth on the road. Number 33 away through, Stephen Walsh. Across the line in second, fastest lap to Barry Davison, a 2:21.3, 89.9 mile an hour lap for Barry. Oh, this Simon Leathan, he's finally got away from Brian Hardy. Oh, again, it sounds like maybe an exhaust broken on that machine. So that's maybe what happened, Brian, there on that last lap. Darren Duncan should be up next. Number 105. And keep an eye on Sean Leonard if he was able to make it back. So here he is then. Oh, sounds clutch slipping on that machine, maybe. It just sounded like it might have been differences in the revs, but it sounded like the clutch was slipping there. So again, next up is the Steel Tech Sheds Open Race, race 3 in your programs. If the remainder of the Superbikes can make their way to the holding area, please. So that's Superbikes for the open race. Make your way to the holding area. So there we go in, Sean Leonard. Sean Leonard across the line. Sounded a bit better that time round. And second place man, Gary Hutton across the line. So second place for the 250cc class, finishes in 11th. So the Steel Tech Sheds Open Race up next, ladies and gentlemen. They're in the holding area, ready to go. We'll get a wee comfort break here, and the machine's about on track any minute now. So the pink bib is being sent again for a final sweep of the track, ladies and gentlemen. So please get into your positions as quickly as possible. The sewer bikes will be out on the circuit very soon. So I have a message here, ladies and gentlemen, from William Young. There has been a black 5 glove has been missing from yesterday. If anyone has seen it, can you please return it to the race office up at the paddock? Or if you see William, hand it over to William. So it's a black 5 glove. So if anyone has seen that, can you please return it? Even if you think it was just laying on the side of the road and you have it yourself, please bring it to the paddock, to the race office. Or if you're near the timekeepers or any of the marshals around the circuit, please hand it in so we can get it back up to him. I'm hearing now the machines. The sweeper is back with us now. And the machines are heading out onto the road. The tire warmers being taken off. And the machines and the riders heading up onto the road now for this open race. on the circuit now for their warm-up lap. Again, qualifying, the times were close in qualifying. But Michael Dunlop, he, again, on the last lap, he just clinched pole position from Ryan Whitehall. Ryan Whitehall on the Suzuki, he nipped away at the times. And just as the last lap flag came out, he crossed the line, and Ryan Whitehall was pole until the checkered flag for Michael Dunlop. So Michael on the last lap with a 1:59.7, Ryan Whitehall at 2:01.4, Joe Loughlin in third with a 2:05.1, Barry Ferber at 2:06.4. He lines up in fourth. Neil Kernahan will line up in fifth at 2:07.0. So Neil, for a while, he was the quickest on track. But once they found the grip levels, they found a wee bit of confidence, a bit of comfort in the machine and the track, the names just started bouncing up and down the screen, so they didn't keep steady until they crossed the checkered flag. Kevin Keys lines up in sixth at 2:07.1, so not far away from that time of Kernahan's. Darrell Anderson lines up in seventh at 2:10.1. Sean Brawley in eighth with a 2:10.4. Paul Cronson lines up just in behind in ninth. So Paul Cronson, I think he was third and then fourth fastest for a long time during qualifying. But again, just different conditions. He's down in ninth place at the minute at 2:10.9. 10th, Richard McLaughlin at 2:14.5. Corn Smith will line up in 11th. He's on the RAF Reserves Suzuki at 2:22.9 for Corn. Paul Falloon in 12th at 2:23.5, and Lee Hara in 13th with a 3:09. Now, I don't think Lee completed the qualifying. I think he might have only done one lap, perhaps, and pulled in. So there's Ryan Whitehall, right smack in the middle of the front row. Neil Kernahan just lines up behind him to the right of Ryan. Oh, someone coming back to the paddock there. That was Paul Falloon. It was Paul Falloon. So Falloon retired before he gets going. Michael Dunlop then on the BMW. Pole position again, just looking down at the front of that machine. Taking a strip of duct tape off the radiator there, because it must be running a wee bit too hot, so the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to engage gear and watch the flag. Whoa! Whoa! That was a really quick start there. A very quick start there. Ryan Whitehall got caught out in that one, so he's right back the tail end of that group. So I'm seeing there, I've got a red flag on my screen, but I don't see any. I don't know whether they're maybe going to restart this again. So, there is, yes, so it's a red flag. A possible false start there for some of the riders. Because Ryan Whitehall, he near got collected there too, so he was lucky from the back of the grid. But they'll restart this race then and make their way back round and form back into their grid positions. So the machine's back into the grip positions then. And we'll get ready to go again with this one. The Steel Tech Sheds Open Race. So the riders in position now. Here we go then. Getting ready to go. We're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. And away they go. That's better this time. Oh, Neil. Oh, it's Kevin Keys. Kevin Keys getting squeezed out there. Oh, the bull. Bulling his way through into the town. I think maybe just getting the better of that one. But Ryan Whitehall with the elbows out that time. Kevin Keys getting squeezed over the left-hand side through on that bank as we watch into the distance, and they head back down the hill again into the countryside. Through Swans, Alexander's jump. Flat out through, down into Fenton's corner, Victor Gilmore corner. Wrestling these 200 plus horsepower machines around this 3.5 mile circuit. So really, they don't really get a break. You don't really get a break riding a superbike anyway. So even on a straight line, especially in road racing, you're jockeying on the machine. You're hardly sitting on the seat at all at a road race, like the Northwest 200, big long straight, 200 mile an hour, but you're nearly squatting on the bike, so you don't get a break at all with these things. We'll see Kevin Keys, whether I think he had the outside line there. Michael Dunlop, he was round the outside as well. Here we go then. Oh, front end lap BM. Michael Dunlop. Through he goes. Ryan Whitehall. Through that right left-hander, chasing down Michael Dunlop. Oh, Kevin Keys there away through, and Neil Kernahan, Barry Ferber, Sean Brawley, Darrell Anderson, Paul Cranston, and Richard Loughlin all the way through. Great start there for Joe Loughlin. Up in the third place on the McKnight racing machine. Oh, Corin Smith looks like he's retiring from this one. So that's the RAF reserves pulling into the paddock. So that's Suzuki maybe not playing ball. That was Sean Anderson's bike from last year, from the classic or the Suzuki team. So Michael Dunlop with a 1.9 second lead already over Ryan Whitehall. Joe Loughlin a further 3 seconds back. So Ryan Whitehall trying to hold on to the bull in front. Neil Kernahan and Kevin Keys at it, much like they were in qualifying. So he was 0.028 of a second back on Neil Kernahan when they crossed the line, and the two of them side by side heading up towards the town. But they'll be coming back towards us here very soon. Just watch the front end of that machine of Michael Dunlop when he comes down. Back down the hill, comes down with a bang. Here he comes then. Absolutely. Oh, he's flying through there, Ryan Whitehall. On the Suzuki. Oh, the back end just squatting down there on Ryan Whitehall. Kevin Keys on Joe Loughlin. Neil Kernahan dropping back a wee bit, but Kevin Keys trying to make a move up in the middle of the town, maybe on Joe Loughlin. Keys getting squeezed out at the start of this race. He didn't get the start. That's Darrell Anderson. Paul crossing the way through. And Richard McLaughlin. Richard McLaughlin just at the back end there. Chasing down Paul Cronson on the Kawasaki. Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap, a 152.2. Ryan Whitehall in second, a 154.4. Joe Loughlin in third, a 156.4. But look at Kevin Keys, a 155.3 for Kevin Keys, up into fourth place ahead of Neil Kernahan now. Chasing down Joe Loughlin. He was only 0.1 of a second back on Loughlin. So Kevin Keys, he wants that podium. But Joe, he's not going to get it. He's not going to let him take it that easily. Neil Kernahan, he didn't seem too comfortable on that machine coming through here. It nearly looked like he was cruising, but still that was a 157.0 there for Neil Kernahan on that last lap. So he's fast and smooth through here. Barry Ferber in behind, he's in sixth at 159.2. Sean Brawley seventh with a 158.7. Darrell Anderson in eighth, a 203.0. Paul Cronson, a 203.6. Here he is. Oh, listen to the back end of that machine. The backfires there in the overrun. Ryan Whitehall just dropping back a wee bit further. 6.9 seconds now. Oh, Kevin Keys has got the better of Joe Loughlin. Joe still pushing hard on that McKnight racing machine. And Neil Kernahan, he's watching this all unfold in front of him. Barry Ferber ahead of Sean Brawley. Barry Ferber away through there. Sean Brawley trying to steady that Ducati before he tips it into the right-hander. That's the V2 Ducati next generation machine. Darrell Anderson on the Fireblade, followed by Paul Cronson and Richard McLaughlin, as they were, the three of them actually posting their quickest lap so far, a 202.5, a 202.8 for Cronson, and McLaughlin a 202.9. So Ryan Whitehall 6.9 seconds back on Michael Dunlop now. Dunlop still pushing hard. That was a 151.2, another quickest lap for Michael Dunlop. 155.3. That's Kevin Keys up into third place. Just here and there, Barry Ferber unfortunately retired out of this race. So that's Barry's race over. He was in sixth place there. The Scott Racing Machine. So the next machines to the holding area, the senior support machines to the holding area, JNR Fuels, Brock Shane, senior support. Here he is, Michael Dunlop. Again, pinpoint perfect every single time through here. Ryan Whitehall, I think he's settling there. He's just trying to maintain the gap back to Kevin Keys. Oh, it's not. It's Joe Loughlin again. Joe Loughlin back in front on the McKnight Racing BMW. And he's pulled a wee bit of a gap there. So Joe Loughlin, it's only 0.4 seconds back to Kevin Keys. So he's back up into third place. He's trying to maintain, he's trying to keep that podium finish. It would be brilliant for Joe to get that in a superbike race for his return to road racing. Darrell Anderson way through, Paul Cronson again, and Richard McLaughlin. So between the three of them, Richard McLaughlin was his personal best lap there, a 202.4 for McLaughlin. He's matching his consistent times around here. Paul Cronson, he's closed up in Paul Cronson ever so slightly, 0.5 of a second. So the last lap flag out in this one. Just waiting for Dunlop, wrestling the BMW through here. So Dunlop hadn't heard too much more news about the Ducati that he was to be riding this year, but obviously the swinging arms were failing on them. Here he is. The machine is so settled. It looked unsettled yesterday, but of course the conditions weren't perfect. And he's got it sorted now. Ryan Whitehall on the Suzuki, looking a lot smoother now. Another fastest lap there for Michael Dunlop. Kevin Keyes has got the better of Joe Loughlin once again. Joe Loughlin just brushing the bank on the left hand side there. We can get a nice sweep and line up into the town. But Joe Loughlin, he's definitely not going to let this one go. His last lap, he's got a few chances in and around here. We break a marker. Victor Gilmore corner might be a wee bit too much to ask for through there. But definitely O'Hare's Farm or Corby corner for a last chance move. Michael Dunlop, a 150.5 for Dunlop. Darren Anderson. Oh, Richard McLaughlin's got the better Paul Cranston this time. So McLaughlin, Paul Cranston. It's coming up here. New lap record for Michael Dunlop, but of course the track, slightly different layout. The checker flag being readied down below us here. So we're going to see loads of lap records being broke today, no doubt. But of course the track layout just that wee bit different. Michael Dunlop with that 150.5. He's just pushing hard. He's proving a point. But when you're the best, there's no point to need and prove. Here we go then. Michael Dunlop across the line and takes the win. Just like that. He makes it look so easy, doesn't he? That was a 152 that lap. So he's set it back ever so slightly. We'll wait for Ryan Whitehall then. Here he comes. Whitehall on the Suzuki. And he'll be happy with that second place in a superbike race. Oh, it's Kevin Keyes. Oh, so Joe Loughlin dropping off the back end of Kevin Keyes that last lap. Kevin Keyes takes third place from Joe in fourth. Neil Kernan across the line in fifth. And Sean Brawley and Darrell Anderson. Darrell Anderson just dropping off. I think the gap. Let's see. Here he is then. Brawley across the line. Has Darrell Anderson been able to hold off Richard McLaughlin? So Richard McLaughlin on the move last time. Oh, it was close on the line. Darrell Anderson just gets it over. Richard McLaughlin, Paul Cranston in ninth place. So obviously the fastest lap goes to your winner, Michael Dunlop, a 150.5. Ryan Whitehall was able a 153.9 for Whitehall. Kevin Keyes a 153.9 as well. So he could have, if he got off the line like he had planned, he could have been right up there in contention for second place. So Superbikes making their way back round into the paddock. Next up then is the J&R Fields of Brockshane Senior Support Race. That's race 4 in your programmes. I know it's right. So here he is, ladies and gentlemen, your Superbike winner, Michael Dunlop. Freewheeling up to the paddock. It must be running a wee bit hot, that machine. So wait for Ryan Whitehall With a big wheelie down the hill, no doubt. So no one ran. He's probably around the circuit somewhere, doing a burnout. Bit of showboating for Ryan, no doubt. Oh, Kevin Keys, a big wheelie down through the start and finish. Third place man, Kevin Keys. Neil Kernahan. So unlucky there for Joe Loughlin, just off the podium. And a big well done to that man. He's a happy chappy. Ryan Whitehall. I'm sure he would never have expected to be standing on the podium of a superbike race here at the Mid Antrim 150. So again, ladies and gentlemen, going to take on some fluids before this next race. The senior support, they're in the holding area, ready and raring to go.
or is it just is that they're basically limited to that?
Very limited. I thought you'd be able to carry on very good. Yeah.
Is there not like a wee mini grandstand down there? You see, see where the tent is to the right.
Yeah. You probably have to pay into that.
So the machines out on their warm-up lap. This is the JNR Fuels Senior Support Race. And again, they had a race this morning, so the pace, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot hotter this time. So Ross Moore and Graham Smallwoods were at it in the first race. Dean Graham just in behind. So they're going to try their best to keep Ross Moore at bay. If he gets away like he did, he just seemed to maintain that gap this morning. So anytime they got it anywhere near Ross Moore, he just posted the fastest lap again, and he eased off and then done it again. But this time they're going to try and hold on to him. Ross Moore then on pole, qualifying time of a 2:16.6. Dean Graham will line up in second, a 2:16.9, and Graham Smallwoods in third with a 2:16.9. Nicholas Round in fourth. So he got the better of Dean Graham Smallwoods in the first race. He'll keep a close eye on that R6 Yamaha of Nicholas Round, a 2:19.2. Paul O'Rourke will line up in fifth with a 2:19.4. Stuart McCann in sixth, a 2:21.1. Gary Jordan in seventh with a 2:24.7. William Young in eighth, a 2:25.2. Christian Dunlop in ninth with a 2:29.3. Bridget LeBear will line up in 10th, a 2:45.0. So only 10 machines in this race, but it was a brilliant race to start the day earlier on. With 4 machines, Dyson for the lead. So Graham Smallwoods lines up on the inside of the track. Your pole setter Ross Moore and Dean Graham in the middle. Keep an eye on Dean Graham. His start's pretty good if he can bull his way to the front. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. The revs go up. And away they go. Just the one group here. Ross Moore with a great start. Dean Graham with a cracker start as well. Oh, someone getting squeezed out wide there. Gary Jordan dicing his way through the field. So Gary Jordan's going to be looking better results in this one. So heading back down. They look like they've well spread out now by the looks of it in the distance. Exiting the hairpin. But a great start there for Dean Graham this time round. And he's right in behind Ross. So Ross Moore, he's on the CBR 600 Honda. Dean Graham on the Kawasaki. Graham Smallwoods on a Honda. Nicholas Round on the Yamaha. So a good variation of machines there at the front. So that machine of Rounds, that R6 Yamaha, the yellow and black machine. He just chipped away in the first race, and he was nearly unseen until the closing stages of the race, and he just clawed his way back up. He was laying fourth for a while. He got past Dean Graham, up into third, and then Graham Smallwoods. But he's learnt, Graham, he learnt from his mistakes, and they have to work together. They have to keep Ross Moore. They have to keep right on him, pressurise him. But no doubt, Ross, he's got a plan for this one. So here they come then. Again, Rossmere leading this one from Dean Graham in second place. Graham Smallwoods, Nicholas Rounds, Christian Diddlot. That's Paul O'Rourke, Gary Jordan, Stuart McConaughey through there. Oh, a bad start there for William Young. William Young down in 9th place. Not the best of starts there for William. Bridget LeBear across the line. Up through into the town on the Evo Gen CBR 600 Honda. It was ridden by Darrell Tweed before his bad incident there at the Northwest 200, but he's well on the mend. And Bridget, she's a sports therapist or massagist or whatever you call them. So she's doing a great job. She's working with Darrell Tweed the past couple of weeks or the past week and help him recover. So Dean Graham still chasing. The gap is 1.2 seconds back on Rossmere. Graham Smallwoods 0.7 back on Dean Graham. So again, they just have to work together. Can't let Ross get away with it. Lovely livery on that machine of Ross's as well. So all these riders, they'll be out next weekend at the Classic Bike Festival. Don't forget, loads of races to go through. So parade laps and races over next weekend. We'll be looking forward to that. That's the next stop. So I'm sure some of the riders, they'll be heading down on Wednesday or Thursday night. So here's Rod. Oh, round the outside, or tried to go around the outside. That was Nicholas Round on Dean Graham. Dean Graham, I don't think he heard him or seen him coming, but Nicholas up into 3rd place. Graham Smallwoods demoted to 4th. Christian Diddlow 5th. 6th, Paul O'Rourke. Fastest lap for Rossmere at 2:05.1. Dean Graham at 2:06.3 in 2nd place. Nicholas Round at 2:05.4. So again, he could have had a good shot there with Rossmere up at the front. He has to get past Dean Graham as quickly as possible, and he might even bring Dean along with him. And if they work together, they catch Moore out in front. Graham Smallwoods in 4th at 2:06.7. So not far off Dean Graham's time there, but it might just be a wee bit too far back. He's just over 1 second back on Nicholas Round. Bridget LeBear away through. Graham Smallwoods 4th, 5th for Christian Diddlow at 2:06.6. Again, Diddlow not really that far away from Graham Smallwood's times. 1.6 seconds back, so that's a better start this time for Christian. Paul O'Rourke in 6th, 2:08.9. Gary Jordan in 7th with a 2:10.4. Stuart McCann in 8th with a 2:10.1. William Young in 9th with a 2:10.7. So again, circulating around the same times as the riders just ahead of him, but unfortunately he probably made a mistake somewhere. Very easy to run on at one of these road ends. So Nicholas Round, the pace that he was going there, trying to get round the outside of Dean Graham, but the Kawasaki just had the legs. Here he is. Rossmere across the line again. Huge lead now. Oh, Nicholas Round chasing him down. And look at Graham Smallwoods and Dunlop. They've closed right back up now to Dean Graham. So the gap 3.1 seconds back on Rossmere from Nicholas Round. Further 1.8 seconds, but Diddlot and Graham Smallwoods have closed right up to Dean Graham now. So he's going to be under an awful lot of pressure here very soon. Nicholas Round, that was a 2:05.0. Rossmere a 2:04.5. So Rossmere's up the pace once again. He knows he can't take a chance. He has to keep pushing, keep screaming at wee Honda. But the Yamaha up into second place, and that time at 2:05.0. We're going to see that it's going to be even quicker this time, because don't forget he had to work his way around Dean. On that lap, Dean was a 2:07.0, so that's where he's left. He's lost all his time there, and that's allowed Graham Smallwoods and Diddlow to claw him back in. So he's in risk of losing the last step of the podium. Bridget the bear way through, number 121. Quicker that time for Bridget, a 2:34.1. So still learning the track, still a lot to take in compared to her road races and short circuits back home. So we'll remember that gap, 3.1 seconds back. Here he is. Across the line faster again for Rossmere. The gap has opened up ever so slightly. 3.5 seconds now. So Graham Smallwood's getting the better. Dean Graham dropping way back. So Graham Smallwood's up into third place, bringing Christian Diddlow with him. So Dean Graham dropping back to fifth place. That lap time again, another 2:07.3 for Dean Graham. Oh, look at William Young and Gary Jordan. William Young chasing down Jordan. And he's pretty close to him. He doesn't go to the inside, he stays to the outside to get a nice sweeping line for the town. And head back down the hill again. So Hayne just gets tucked into the slipstream there. William Young pushing hard to get past Jordan. Stuart McCann, that lovely triumph you could hear when he was just leaving the town back into the countryside, echoing in the distance. A 2:04.5 for Rossmere. Nicholas Round a 2:04.9. Graham Smallwoods a 2:04.6. So they've all upped their game there at the front. Slightly slower there for Christian Diddlow, a 2:05.5. But he's up in the fourth place. The gap back is 0.8 seconds back from Diddlow, 1.2 back from Smallwoods. So he's in a safe third place there at the minute. So the next machines to the holding area. Wilson's of Rathcanny Super Sport Next Generation Race 5 in your programmes. Bridge of the Bear return from this one. Oh, here's your leader, Rossmere, faster again from Ross. Look at Graham Smallwoods, he's closing in. He's closing in on Nicholas Round, but has he got enough time? Graham Smallwoods on that lap, a 2:03.9. Nicholas Round, a 2:04.6. So 1.4 seconds. The gap he's got. If he can get within slipstream contention of that Yamaha, if he can get anywhere near that Yamaha of Round, he's in with a good chance of this one. That was Nicholas Round. That was the fastest lap so far. But Rossmere just keeps pumping them out. A 2:03.7 this time from Rossmere. So a new track record here for Ross. And that's going to be a hard one to beat. He's nearly a second quicker on that lap than Nicholas Round was. Graham Smallwoods a 2:03.9, so he's up there as well. He's really close. He's got Alexander's jump down into Fenton's corner, that really fast section to try and get into the slipstream. The Honda might just struggle that wee bit against the Yamaha, but we all know how well the Honda handles And we can see that by Ross Moore coming through here. So last lap flag being readied for this one. So again, another call for the Wilsons of Rathcounty Supersport race. Race 5 in your programmes. And we'll be seeing Ross Moore emerge from the trees once again. On that 600, here he comes in. Well tucked in there, getting a wave there. Oh, look at this. Graham Smallwood's closed right up to him now. The gap is down to 0.5 seconds. Smallwood's up through the trees, heading for the town. He's going for the inside line. Graham Smallwood's wee bit defensive there for him. Just too far back, but the brakes on the Honda, the handling into the corners. We'll have a look to see, can we see them in the distance? I think the Yamaha just pulled away ever so slightly on the drive coming down into the town. So Graham Smallwood's a wee bit more work to do down on this last lap. William Young away through there. So William Young on his own this time. No sign of Gary Jordan on that lap. So another call for the Supersport machines. Please make your way to the holding area. The Supersport Next Generation. So 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds back. Let's see Nicholas Round. Nicholas Round in second place. So it is a red flag, unfortunately, in this one. So red flag in this one, unfortunately. So we'll have a wee listen. If there's any updates, ladies and gentlemen, we'll let you know, but unfortunately this session has been red flagged. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone on YouTube, thanks very much once again for tuning in. Unfortunately, that session, it has been red flagged. So we haven't heard anything yet. We were just working our way out into the track. So the clock, of course, is going to go for a lap. Just to have a wee look-see. So no news just yet. But again, thanks for tuning in. It's been quite busy, so I haven't been able to get through a lot of your messages, but I'll try my best. So the racing so far has been pretty good, and it's been close. That race was shaping up to be a real good one there. Graham Smallwood's chasing down Nicholas Round. So I've loads of messages through on social media as well, trying to keep up. Trying to keep up with them as best as I can. So I had a message the other day. A young lady very kindly gave some information. So her father, if you're watching, big hello to Brian Lewis. So Brian Lewis, again, we talked about this a while back, about so many legends and this is why we started the podcast as well, because there's these big names, and the names that really shaped road racing. And in my opinion, looking back at history, in my opinion, Brian Lewis, he's one of them. And so he's been racing for years. Some fantastic photographs of him here, and he was sidecar passenger as well. So fair play to him. So yeah, big hello to Brian Lewis, and hope you're enjoying it. And on the chats, don't be afraid to get involved with the chats. The live feed. Sorry, the radio's just going flat out in the area here. They're just doing a recovery, picking up some bikes. Yeah, so get involved, live chat, build a bit of community for yourselves. It's always good to see. So Jacko9359, Gareth, you legend. Thanks very much. I'm only doing it because nobody else would do it. Keep up the great work. Thanks for tuning in, Jacko. Matthew Round, who is involved in the accident, please? So I know I've seen you must be related to, I'm assuming you're related to Nicholas Round. He did come past there. He's back in, I think he rode past back in the paddock. I seen him and Graham through there. So I just seen a wee flicker of yellow. So I'm pretty sure he's back in the paddock. Not sure who was involved there just at the minute. But I don't know how long it's going to be. Still waiting on an update from Race Control. Sammy Bones, thanks very much for tuning in, buddy. And thanks for keeping, whenever Pete isn't, thanks for keeping everyone involved. Raymond McLernan was there in 1972 when Tom Hearn's fiancée Andrea Williams fell and broke her collarbone. Oh dear. Got her autograph among many others before that. Precious memories. Absolutely, Raymond. What was like this race? It's great to see it back. It's been going for so many years. All right, there's been a few different tracks and a few different track layouts and whatnot, but for the Mid Antrim club to pull this off, it's been phenomenal. So I think that race, well, they were on the last lap there anyway, but it's more likely going to be declared a result. With Ross Moore with a win, Nicholas Round second, Graham Smallwoods in third, but I don't know, I think maybe Smallwoods was going to was going to squeeze out past him on that last lap. Let me see. So that was the senior support. The next machines, that's the Super Sport Next Generation machine, sponsored by Wilson's of Rathkenny. So they'll be up next. And we do have a sponsor board this year, which I think is pretty cool. It's great for the sponsors to get a wee bit of coverage, not just on boards and around the track, but actually on this feed. So above the time in there, we'll have the JNR Fuels. And then we'll have the Classic Bike Festival. So we're doing that as well, which is pretty cool. And it's a good selling point, I think, for the clubs. So the clubs can go, look, this is what you can have. This is what we can offer you. So I think that's pretty cool. But let me see. Jacko, no better man for the job. Miss you out in track, bud. Thanks very much. Well, it was probably more in the hedge than it was on the actual track itself. Thanks for the coverage, Gareth. No problem, Mark. Bradley, Bishop's Court next week. Absolutely. Absolutely, Bradley. I'll be there. And it's the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Friday night, really, I think the chat show, we're starting it in around 6 or half 6. And it'll be on stage. And then live music and stuff playing after. So we'll be on stage. We're going to stream that live as well and do it like a podcast sort of setup. But I'm talking to Robin Tedderington, and he says the 2 strokes outweigh the 4 strokes. And so it's always good to have more 2 strokes than his 4 strokes. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, but I love them. Proper racing machines. And they'll be racing as well, obviously, super sport, super bike races, 250 lightweight, proper. There's a full grid of 250 Grand Prix machines at Bishop's Court, so really looking forward to that. Looking forward to the haze of smoke and the racing. But I'm going to take this opportunity, guys, to go and get a wee bite to eat. Alfie Lilly was over directly facing you yesterday. Brilliant in field, having the barbecue. Oh, yes. Working today, watching live. Cheers, Alfie. Thanks for the coverage, Gareth. No problem, Alfie. You could have threw over a sausage or something for me, because I was just about to say I'm gonna get something to eat here, because I am bloody starving. And they very kindly give me a VIP pie. I'm no VIP, but I'm gonna get a wee cheeseburger. Liam Halliday. Oh, Liam, how are you, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Brilliant job. Yes, so I'm going to get a burger, and I'll be back very shortly. We can have a chat. We can go through the live again. And Alan, they're all coming in now. It's going flat. I don't know if there's a delay or not, but I'll get something to eat, and I'll be right back with you here in a wee minute or two.
please stay where you are. There are vehicles on the track, and when we are under a red flag situation, no moving about the circuit, please, unless otherwise told by the marshals that you can go. Please stay where you are, obey the marshals, and if we hear anything, we'll let you know if there's any updates. Okay, just a message there from the Clough. Ladies and gentlemen, spectators, you can move. You've got 5 minutes to move to wherever you need. Don't be jumping fences, don't be hurting yourself now, but just get to where you need very quickly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just doing a radio check in and around the circuit there. So if the remainder of the Super Sport machines could make their way to the holding area. So the Super Sport Next Generation, this is the Wilsons of Rathkenny. Super Sport Next Generation. Couple of wee last minute checks and it should be going up pretty soon. So we'll get things up and going. And I think the sweeper will be going very shortly. If the remainder of the Super Sport machines could make their way to the holding area, please. So that last race declared a result then, with Ross Moore taking the win from Nicholas Round and Graham Smallwoods in third. So final call, please, for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. Final call for the Super Sport machines to the holding area.
Alright. Shouldn't you be touching it? I know you're right. Very sweet.
So here and there, the tire warmers coming off the machines now for this Super Sport race. And they're being brought out onto the road. So great job there from the marshals and everyone helping clear that incident up. So we're good to go for this Super Sport, the Wilsons of Rathkenny Super Sport race. So the rest of the travelling marshals and the pink bib back for this one. Super Sport machines making their way out onto the road. And they'll make their way around for their warm-up lap. So the Supersport machines out on track. Making their way around towards us again on this warm-up lap. Michael Dunlop on pole. Again, a last-minute dive for qualifying. Michael Dunlop qualifying with a 2:07.7. Second is Neil Kernahan, a 2:11.7. Kevin Keys in third with a 2:13.2. Paul Cronson will line up in fourth, a 2:13.4. So great qualifying there for Cronson. Sean Brawley in fifth, a 2:14.3. Ryan Whitehall on that classic Supersport machine, don't forget, in sixth place, a 2:17.8. Bit of a lonely race this morning for Ryan, so he'll want to be up in the thick of it. Andy Hornby will line up in seventh, a 2:20.1. Andy was having issues in the first race, just with the gearbox. He had to retire with that Ducati. I think he was getting false neutrals in second gear, but it is very bumpy out round that part of the track where it was happening for him. So he's going to give it another go and see how they get on with a few changes made. Dennis Booth lines up in eighth. It's a 2:26.8. Paul Falloon in ninth, a 2:39.8. In 10th place, again, wasn't able to get out in qualifying. Lee Hara, I think he retired from the qualifying session yesterday, but Lee Hara will line up in 10th and Marcus Simpson in 11th. So all these riders resetting again from this morning. Of course, they've been out in multiple machines, most of these riders, and in different classes and whatnot. But the Supersport Next Generation, sponsored by Wilson's of Rathkenny, making their way round towards us here now. Scrubbing them tyres in, getting plenty of heat in through the tyres, plenty of heat into the rims. So Neil Kernahan then makes his way into the middle of the front row. Right on the white line there for Neil Kernahan. And Kevin Keys, the other side. Michael Dunlop on the Ducati for pole position. So the travelling marshals making their way back and taking position at the back of the grid. So the green flag is waved. The board goes up. Engage gear. Watch the flag. The revs go up. And away they go. Let's see Michael. Oh, look at Kevin Keys. Kevin Keys going over the front of Sean Brawley. But it's Michael Dunlop who gets the whole shot. Great start there for Kevin Keys. Sean Brawley tucked right in behind him. He didn't really have a choice there. But it was close. Coming through this right-hander again. They have to sort themselves out as quickly as they can. As the sweeper Marshall moves in to the right-hand side there. Great start there from Dunlop. It looked like Kevin Keys was going to get the whole shot in that one. So a better start than before. He's got a wee bit less work to do for himself. Neil Kernahan right smack in the middle of that front row. So he'll be chasing them down. Sean Brawley. I think he just tipped in behind Sean Brawley there in the fourth place. But that Ducati, that V2 Ducati of Michael Dunlop, he'll be hard to beat round here. Kevin, I think he was only a couple of seconds off the pace, but a couple of seconds in around this circuit, 3.5 mile. Don't forget, it all racks up. So Dunlop, the number 6 machine, we'll be expecting him to be bulling his way out through the hedges here. So we're just hearing there, I think the riders looked like they were slowing. They looked like they were slowing. I'm just here, it's the red flag. Gareth to Kitty. Was there a reason for that? No worries, cheers. So all the riders back onto the grid then for a race restart. Not quite sure what happened there, but they're back on the grid anyway. So again, Dunlop lining up in pole. Neil Kernan second, Kevin Keys line up in third, fourth Paul Cranston, fifth Sean Brawley, sixth Brian Whitehall, seventh is Andy Hornby, Dennis Booth in eighth, ninth is Paul Falloon. So Kevin Keys, he's got all that work to do again. He bulled his way through. At the start, he got a real cracker of a start there. But of course, if any of the riders they want to change anything, they've got another chance to do it here. So here we go then. The green flag being waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the flag, engage gear, revs go up once again, away they go. Kevin Keys, oh yes, Kevin Keys this time with the whole shot, but the bull is right behind him. Up into the town. Michael Dunlop moves over to the left-hand side. In through the church, in towards the church, in towards the town. Up the inside, looks like Michael Dunlop has it. What a start there from young Keys. In the distance as they fire back down into the countryside. But Keys with the whole shot into the first corner, in through turn one. And it wasn't until the town that Michael Dunlop was able to get the better of him then. Again, just trying to wrestle that R6, so that R6 Yamaha. Just here and there. I think Andy Hornby, unfortunately, has retired from that one. So I'm not sure what happened there to Andy, but again, another retirement, unfortunately, for the number 88 machine. So Kevin Keys in with a good chance if he can tuck in behind Michael, and that may help him get away from the group behind. So the machines have been heading through Victor Gilmore corner, past O'Hare's farm. We can hear them coming down towards us here now. There he is, the thundering Ducati of Michael Dunlop. Keys has done very well to hold on to the back of Michael Dunlop. Wee bit further back, and there's Sean Brawley. Paul Cranston. What a start for Paul Cranston, up into 4th place. He's only 2.4 seconds back on Sean Brawley. Neil Kernahan in behind him in 5th. 6th for Lee Hara. Dennis Booth in 7th. 8th for Paul Falloon. We're looking no Ryan Whitehall there in this one either, unfortunately. So Kevin Keys 1.4 seconds off the back of Michael Dunlop. Sean Brawley further 3.1 seconds back on Keys. So I think he's trying to maintain that comfortable gap back to Paul Cranston. Just 2.5 seconds. But Cranston is under pressure from Neil Kernahan. 0.4 of a second. So Cranston will be wringing the neck off that ZX6 machine. That's actually an X McAdoo racing machine that Paul Cranston's on. You might have noticed last season, so Paul, he ran it in the McAdoo colours for most of the season. I don't know whether he got a good deal of it or not. But he's back into his own colours for this one. Paul Cranston, and don't forget he was top runner, Paul Cranston, Northwest 200 Ulster Grand Prix winner. Rode 500s, 750s. And the legend that he is still out and still at the top in 4th. There's Michael. Way out in front now. Michael Dunlop. That was 153.7. And Sean Brawley away through. So no Kevin Keys. No Kevin Keys in that one. So the rest of them are promoted up a spot. Neil Kernahan up into 3rd. He's just ahead of Paul Cranston. Oh, there's Kevin Keys. And Kevin Keys possibly made a mistake somewhere. He's just ahead of Dennis Booth and Paul Falloon. And Kevin Keys maybe running wide and having to do a 20-point turn on his machine. Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap, 153.7. Sean Brawley in 2nd place at 2:01. Neil Kernahan at 2:08. So Kernahan is on the move now. Paul Cranston in 4th at 2:01.5. Lee Hara at 2:05. So all the times are pretty close there. Kevin Keys at 2:21.3 that time. Dennis Booth with a 2:11.1. Paul Falloon a 2:12.2 on the R6 Yamaha. So the next race up then, race 6 in your programmes, Moto Training NI. Junior support to the holding area, please. That's the Moto Training NI Junior support race to the holding area. Here he comes again, Michael Dunlop. Oh, just a comfort roll through there and straight back on it again. The back end of that bike moving about from underneath him when he flicks the bike to the left-hand side and just brushes that reckless sail that's covering the sign there. Faster again from Michael, a 152.7. Sean Brawley through in 2nd. Lee Hara up into 3rd place now ahead of Neil Kernahan. So another new lap record there for Michael Dunlop in the Super Sport class. Kevin Keys looks like he's retiring out of this one. He is indeed. So a retirement there for Kevin Keys. So Sean Brawley. What about that Lee Hara? Potential podium finish for Lee Hara in this Super Sport class. Neil Kernahan and Paul Cranston both slightly slower that time. Paul Cranston 0.6 off the back of Neil Kernahan. But Michael Dunlop with an 18.5 second lead over Sean Brawley on lap 3. He really is something else. Sean Brawley up into second. Oh, he'll take that. I'm sure he knows it. I'm sure he's seen Kevin running wide somewhere, whatever's wrong with that machine. But he was faster again that time for Brawley. 2 minute .1. So just hearing another call, please, for junior support to the holding area. That's the junior support machines to the holding area, please. Michael Dunlop across the line. Wow. 112 mile an hour lap averaging on that super sport machine. Slightly slower that time. I was a 154.2 compared to his best of 152.7. So all he has to do, I don't think it been much work maintaining this gap over 18.5 seconds, but Sean Brawley's going to be under pressure here very shortly from Lee Hara, so he's going to try and take that second place. Lee Hara a 158.1 from the third place man, Lee Hara. Sean Brawley a 2 minute .1, so he's really pulling him in now. He has to get past Brawley really quickly, otherwise he'll end up slowing down to the same pace. He has to keep that momentum. He has to get past him as quickly as possible. The gap was 1.4 seconds. Oh, Neil Kernahan away through, screaming that R6. Paul Cranston up into fourth place. Neil Kernahan making a mistake somewhere. So again, it's 26 seconds slower on that lap for Neil Kernahan. So he's made a mistake somewhere. And he's handed that fourth place to Paul Cranston. Dennis Booth then just behind Kernahan in 6th. Paul Falloon in 7th. So Falloon and Booth, they've been at it all weekend together. Last lap out now as we wait for Michael Dunlop. At V2 Ducati, a 152.7. Here he comes. Oh, wee kick of the back end there for Michael Dunlop. And again, just brushing that rack to sell, standing the bike up on the fat part of the tire before braking into the town. So we'll wait for Sean Brawley, or will it be Lee Hara? So Lee Hara closed him in, he reeled it in. Michael Dunlop heading back out into the country. We're still waiting for second place. And here he comes. Oh, it's Brawley still, but only just look at Lee Hara. He's right on him, 0.2 of a second. He's going to make a move into the town, is he? He moves over to the left-hand side. Oh, but Sean Brawley cuts the nose off him and shuts the door in his face. Paul Cranston, a lonely Paul Cranston there at the minute, but he'll be over the moon with this fourth place, a 201.7 on that lap for Cranston. He's starting to pace himself. Very consistent though, because his fastest was a 201.5. So absolutely nothing in it there from Paul Cranston. Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan across the line. Back up the pace now. He's 2 seconds slower than his 2 minute lap, but it's better than 26 seconds slower. Dennis Booth. 26 machine across the line. That lovely ZX6. Again, Dennis prepping for the Isle of Man. So another call for the junior support, the Moto Training NI junior support race to the holding area. The checkered flag is being readied here for Michael Dunlop. Here he comes in. Oh, bottoming out there, but he takes it. And he takes the win. The Wilsons of Rathcounty Super Sport race winner. And And a huge wait then for second place is going to be Lee Hara. He was right with him, but whether he'll be able to get past him, whether he will have the poke against that Ducati of Sean Brawley. Here they come then. It is Lee Hara. Lee Hara gets second place over Sean Brawley across the line. 0.3 of a second. Split the pair of them. So Sean Brawley had to settle for third place. What a result there for young Lee Hara. Paul Cranston across the line in fourth. So we'll wait for Neil Kernahan. Should be next then from Dennis Booth. And Dennis Booth had a safe gap there over Paul Falloon. Here's Kernahan then. Lee Hara, the Lee Hara family, big smiles running up the hill. It'll soon keep you fit anyway. And they'll be back there to greet him. Dennis Booth finishing in sixth. Fastest lap and lap record for Michael Dunlop. Once again, he never gets fed up of winning, does he? A 152.7 for Michael Dunlop. Lee Hara in second place at 157.0. Sean Brawley in third at 157.6. Paul Cranston across the line in fourth with a 201.5. Neil Kernahan a 2-minute .8 in fifth. Sixth was Dennis Booth, a 208.3. Paul Falloon then finishing in seventh, a 209.7. Next up then is the Moto Training NI Junior Support class. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can, and a lot belong before these machines. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, your Wilsons of Rathcounty Super Sport winner, Michael Dunlop.
Final call for the junior support class to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible.
Okay, folks, so we'll continue on with the race, and if the remainder of the junior support want to make their way to the holding area as quickly as possible. We've been talking about the Classic Bike Festival, and it is coming up next weekend, and we're really looking forward to seeing some special machinery. We spoke yesterday. I've got one of the organisers here, and I'm sure you all know him. He's refined face of the paddock now, Robin Tedderington. So, Robin, we spoke yesterday about the sidecars and whatnot, and of course the sidecars were out last night, and it's great to see them here, and the plans for the sidecars and all for next year, fingers crossed, sounds really, really good. But with the chat shows and whatnot, what else can we expect this weekend from the Classic Bike Festival?
Yes, I suppose we talked yesterday about the GP 250 class with Kyle Ride, Storm Stacey and Rory Skinner coming over. But that is a class within what is now a very big classic superbike field. And we've got McWilliams there, and we're still hoping that Michael Rutter will come over, but he's contracted with this TT film, so he's seeing how we go. But there's a grid of over a dozen classic superbikes out, and they're supported by Classic Supersport, of which there's I think about 8 in that, the GP 250s and some V-twin 250s as well. So that's that's already looking to be a great race.
Yeah.
The pre-73 race, of which we're sponsors here today of, both in the lightweight junior and the senior unlimited. The pre-73 race at the Classic Bike Festival also includes 350 GP machines. So we've got a grid of 7 or 8 350s.
Wow.
And one of them is being ridden by Storm Stacey, who's on an ex-Gary Cowan TZ 350. And I'm not a betting man, but I know where I'll be putting my money.
That'll be a wee bit of an eye-opener for him. And I don't know whether people like it or not, but real race bikes.
Yes, these are Grand Prix machines. Storm has proven his credibility everywhere he goes, from obviously BSB, winning at the Northwest, being a competitor at the Classic Bike Festival. But he's already won on this TZ 350 at Goodwood, so he really starts as favourite. But also in that race, and probably more interesting for the fans, is we've got 10 RS 125s out in a race. And that's looking very good. Most of the 125s in the country have got sort of tidied up. Young Matt Davidson's out in that. And there's a lot of good contenders who are going to come out and make that a terrific race. That grid is full. There's 36 riders on the grid. So again, it's great to see full grids at our festival.
And you talk about full grids. Is there any more room in either the parade or any of the racing grids, or is that it shut? Can someone come and put a late entry in, perhaps?
The only space left would be in the open invitation race and in the Super Sport Pro race.
Right.
But again, there's a bit of interesting information for the open invitation race. We've got obviously our top lads from the Ulster Superbike, Carl Phillips, Johnny Campbell, all these guys are coming out.
Yeah.
That's going to be complemented by the likes of Richard Cooper, Mike Brown. We've got former Ulster champion Marshall Neal coming out.
Oh, yeah.
But also we have Kyle Ride and Rory Skinner entered on 250s in the open invitation race. So they should be snapping at the heels of most of the 600s and, dare I say it, embarrassing some of the superbike riders. So that's promising to be a great race. And the Super Sport Pro race, again, it's the same sort of calibre of riders with Mike Brown, Cooper and these guys. Harry Truelove's coming over from the VSB paddock as well. And then we've got all our own USBK Super Sport riders, and it's going to be a terrific race. I'd expect 6 to 10 of them, nose to tail. So there promises to be great racing across all the grids. And then I suppose lastly, is the fans are in for a treat again in the parade classes. We've got Kevin Schwantz's RGV 500 Grand Prix bike, Anthony Gobor's RGV 500. We've got an ex-Barry Sheen TZ 500. We've got Barry Sheen's first Suzuki winning RG 500, which Suzuki claimed was their first ever 500 GP win. It's going to be ridden by Steve Parrish. So there's a lot of really good things to see in the paddock, and there's a lot of good things to see in the parade races, or parade classes as well.
Stop it, my mouth's watering. Them bikes alone is amazing. Tell me this, and this is probably the most important question of all. What do you think the odds are of me getting a spin in Kevin Swanson's machine?
Nil. Nil or slightly less.
But will it be out on track, or is it on display? Of course, we've seen it out before, haven't we?
Yes, it's been out before. Jeremy McWilliams took it out a few years ago. The hope is that it will, but a lot of the owners of these machines are very careful with them, and if it's wet, they probably will keep them under the awnings. But if it's dry and there's somebody there that they're happy to take it out for spin, then it will go out. But we've also got people like Bruce Ansey coming down again, and Bruce is a great fan of the Classic Bike Festival, and he just goes out and has fun. And there's a great calibre right through every parade class, so we can't wait to see it.
What about Archie? We're going to see him out again?
Yes, Archie's out. He'd be on his senior TT winning Taz Suzuki GSX-R 1000, which is owned by the Foster family, who are very good at bringing over tons of really great machines. So expect to see him out, and expect to see a lot of the past riders going out with a smile on their face.
Brilliant. Well, Robin, thank you so much. I think we're just getting the machines ready here. Just tell me, I know Archie, he rode the Ducati, the MotoGP Ducati that they had over at the Classic Bike, and I'm assuming it's going to be back again this year, but when he rode it, he said to me, he was riding about, and he said it was so quick, so fast, until near the last few laps he realised he was only half throttle, and he opened it up and it near took the arms off him, so he just he rolled it back again. But the likes of that Grand Prix, and obviously Rudder, he had his RCV 213V, but he's away, he's doing sunglasses and hair gel instead of coming to what he loves the most. But them Grand Prix machines, the 500s and the 250s, as a race fan, and an ex-competitor and a race fan, the spectators that didn't know about it, or hopefully we've let everybody know, but they should get there. If you have an inkling at all about motorbikes, if you like coming here, like coming to these road races, they have to be there, don't they? It's an amazing sight.
Yeah, they should come. They really should. We also have chat shows on the Friday evening, so everybody's welcome to come down on Friday afternoon, have a bit of a walk around the paddock. The chat shows are on from 6:30 through to about 7:15, and I believe Commentary Corner are doing that for us. So we will have all the stars that I've been talking about. They'll be on stage for these chat shows. So there'll be one on Friday evening and one on Saturday evening as well. And of course we've got live music afterwards. We've got our festival bar. So it's a party atmosphere with bikes.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a real family atmosphere as well. But the next machines are out on the road. Robin, thanks very much for coming and speaking to us again, and we're looking forward to the Classic Bike Festival next weekend. Don't forget Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So Friday night we're going to have the chat shows, and we're going to have music, we're going to have a wee bit of crack. Saturday we're going to be doing a lot more of the same. So the machines forming up in their grip positions now. Michael Clyde on pole for this one from Rossmore. Rossmore is on form this weekend. Graham Smallwoods lining up in third. Owen Everard in fourth. Then we have Dave Walsh in fifth. Sixth, Andy Kildare. Dallas Reynolds in seventh. Liam Crotty in eighth. Ninth for Ocean Walsh. 10th for Sean Leonard. And James Rothery in 11th. So looking down at the grid, Lee. See, that's Michael Clyde. Rossmore just slipping in the middle there. He's going to be looking the starts that he's been getting all day, but he's not going to get it easy. There's Graham Smallwoods and Michael Clyde. They've been on form today as well. So I think there's another rider, a bit of a late comer there, yeah. So just joining on to the back of the grid. That's Andy Kildare in the number 51 machine. Oh, they're letting it in the grip position then. So everyone ready to go. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. Revs go up. And away they go. Oh, on the limiter, Michael Clyde. As best he can. And it looks like he's got the whole shot. Rossmore, don't know whether he's struggling to get gears into that thing. But Ross slipping into second. Up through the town then. Just heard one of the machines there. I wasn't too sure who it was, but it might have been Rossmore just struggling to get a gear, but there was something dragging on the limiter for a very long time there. But they are all away. The two Aprilias out in front. Graham Smallwood riding that. Kawasaki, again, he hasn't been riding it all year. I think after the Northwest, he was offered that bike to ride. So he's well and truly got used to it now. He just has to hold on to the back end of Rossmore. Of course, they'll be chasing down Michael Clyde. Michael Clyde in free practice yesterday was absolutely on it. The conditions were far from perfect, and he was coming through here, coming past us, and he looked like he was the fastest rider through here through the whole day. The confidence that he had was unbelievable. So Michael Clyde looking like he had maybe half a second by the time he got to the town. But of course, instinct, especially off the line, is to go defensive and to try and keep everyone behind, especially at more or less a hairpin up there into the town. So they should be coming back up towards us here any second. And here they are. It's Clyde. Oh, Clyde with a big lead. Across the line. So Rossmore, nearly 3 seconds back, but only 1 second back is Graham Smallwoods. Doesn't even look like 1 second there when they passed us. And Graham Smallwoods is on the move. Rossmore's going to be under an awful lot of pressure here as Dallas Reynolds goes through ahead of Dave Walsh on the Kramer. Big number 7 machine. Liam Crotty in 6th, 7th Andy Kildare, 8th Ocean Walsh, Sean Leonard in 9th. He's on the 10th then is James Rothery and Owen Everard. Apologies, Owen Everard not out, not one, the number 74 machine. So Smallwoods chasing down Moore through Swans. Alexander's jump. Flat out one least. I was seeing I glanced at a photo there this morning of Joe Loughlin on the 400 going over Alexander's jump. It's probably one of the most popular places for photographs around here. Down the other side, heading for Fenton's. Through that left-hander, Victor Gilmore's, and then it's a real twisty technical section before Corby Corner, and they head back up towards us. Again, so fast, especially in one of these machines, and you'll see even the likes of the Moto 3s, like the Moto 3 machines, they'd be cornering faster than the superbikes are around here. As we wait, this could be Michael Clyde could walk away with this one pretty handy if he can maintain that gap. Last time it was 2.9 seconds. Here he is across the line. So Michael Clyde, Rossmore, no it's not. The fastest lap just kept dropping down. So it's Graham Smallwoods with the fastest lap. They've closed that gap now, 2.4 seconds for Michael Clyde. So Rossmore was bringing Graham Smallwoods with them, but Smallwoods a 208.032. Graham Smallwoods, Dallas Reynolds and Dave Walsh away through there. Andy Kildare, Liam Crotty. Crotty just struggling to get past Kildare into the town. He stays in behind him. So he behaves himself through there. Sean Leonard, the number 34 machine in 9th place. A lonely 9th place there for Sean Leonard. I don't think he'll mind that much. James Rothery in behind then, the number 179 machine in 10th. Michael Clyde still leading the way, but all this can change here very shortly. A 209.0, Rossmore 208.5. So he's really trucking, he's really reeling them in. Graham Smallwoods in 3rd with the fastest lap at 208.0. Dallas Reynolds in 4th with a 214.0. Dave Walsh in 5th, a 217.3. Andy Kildare in 6th, a 218.6. Liam Crotty 7th with a 219.3. Ocean Walsh in 8th, a 223.8. Sean Leonard in 9th with a 222.7. James Rothery in 10th with a 233.7. So again, we're going to expect Rossmore and Graham Smallwoods to be right up and behind Michael Clyde. But of course, if he hears anything behind him, he's going to put the hammer down and push that wee bit harder. So the gap 2.4 seconds the last time round. Here he comes in, it's definitely closer. Oh, look at Graham Smallwoods, they're side by side, elbow to elbow, down through the straight. Rossmore had to shut the throttle there and let Graham Smallwoods through. So close round that left-hander there, down the hill. Graham Smallwoods with the fastest lap once again, a 207.7. So Rossmore, this could fall into the favour here of Rossmore. He can get tucked in behind Graham and chase down Michael Clyde. Here comes Dallas Reynolds. Dallas away through the Kramer. Oh, listen to the thumps of that thing going past of Dave Walsh. And Crotty, Andy Kildare away through. So Crotty getting the better of Kildare that time round, but Kildare not giving up. The number 51, he's not done. As Ocean Walsh 135 away through. Sean Leonard. So Sean Leonard's actually catching Ocean Walsh ahead of him. So the gap is now down to 4.4 seconds. I'm not sure whether there's going to be enough time for him to do anything. So we'll call for race 7 to the holding area, please. The classic superbikes and classic super sport machines to the holding area. That's the Rapper Power Generators, classic superbike and classic super sport. So this is going to be a close one. This time round, Graham Smallwood's fastest lap again. He's going to bring on Rossmore. If they work together, they can drag Michael Clyde back in. And Graham Smallwood's, he could get a win here. Michael Clyde on that last lap was a 209.0. Graham Smallwood's a 207.7. You can hear them then coming down from Corby Corner. back up towards us here, absolutely flat out, the thundering of the twins. Look at this. Oh, Michael Clyde, does he know he's there? Graham Smallwood is right on him. Graham Smallwood with a bungee rope fitted to that machine. A 2:06.8 that time from Smallwood. Michael Clyde, he must know he's there. He's pushed that wee bit harder, a 2:08.2, but it's not going to be enough. If Smallwood can get past, if that Kawasaki, if he can stretch it just that wee bit extra down the straight, it will struggle. It will struggle with these Aprilias. But it's all about the rider. Ross Moore third. Dallas Reynolds across the line there in fourth with Dave Walsh on the Kramer. The big distinctive number 7 on the front of that machine. Liam Crotty still ahead, but only just Andy Kildare, 0.7 of a second. Crotty, the number 50 machine, holding off the number 51 machine. Wait, Ocean Walsh. Look at Sean Leonard. He's right on him now. So Ocean Walsh under pressure. Up through the trees. So Sean Leonard, he's pushing. He's reeled him in massively there on that last lap. Ocean Walsh, that was a 2:26.2 that last lap. Sean Leonard, a 2:22.0. So he's reeled him in hand over fist. So the gap back from Michael Clyde to Graham Smallwood as James Rothery comes down and across the line. It was 0.2 seconds. Graham Smallwood's plan to attack. We'll keep an eye on Michael Clyde's time, because if Smallwood is able to get past Michael Clyde, that means the pace is going to get a lot hotter here. Because Graham pushed a wee bit too much. Oh, look at that. Michael Clyde still in the lead. This one. Oh, Graham Smallwood's making a mistake somewhere. Michael Clyde with the fastest lap. We knew that was coming. Seen that a mile away. A 2:06.4 from Michael Clyde. Ross Moore in second, a 2:06.5. Graham Smallwood's a 2:06.8 was his fastest, but that was a 2:07.8. He's made a slight mistake maybe somewhere. It was just enough for Ross Moore to get in, but they're all running in and around the same times now. So the pace has well and truly lifted here as we wait for Dallas Reynolds. Dave Walsh, the gap last time was 5.5 seconds as he crosses the line. Dave Walsh just getting quicker and quicker each lap. There again quicker, 2:14.8 that time, a second. Dave Walsh a second quicker on that last lap. Liam Crotty, Andy Kildare on that thundering 650 ER650 machine. Ran Farquhar built. And we know how competitive they are. So Sean Leonard, he should have made his way through on Ocean Walsh there on that last lap. He has indeed, but look at Ocean Walsh is tucked in behind him. So Walsh is going with him. Michael Clyde with the fastest lap, a 2:06.4. So another call for the Classic Super Bikes and Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area, please. So this is a great Moto Training NI junior support race so far. But is Michael able to drop the anchor? Off the side, he has indeed. Look, he's pulled even more of a gap. The last lap flags out now. It's coming into slower riders. That's James Rothery. Graham Smallwood struggling to get past. He was going to go around the outside. Oh, and he's had to nip through just before the town. So he's lost an awful lot of time there. So this has to be a very special last lap from Graham Smallwood. If Ross Moore decides to go defensive, he can lose too much time. But Michael Clyde has pulled that gap up to 2.5 seconds now. So 2:05.8 that time round. Fastest lap for Clyde. And obviously a new track record. Second place, Rossmere, 206.5. Graham Smallwoods, 206.8. The two of them are battling out there, and that's allowing Clyde to get away. That's the machine there of Dave Walsh. Faster again for Dave Walsh, 2:14.822, so very little in it, but he was quicker. Liam Crotty starting to open up that gap now on Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare is slightly slower that time at 2:16.5 compared to 2:15.8. So nearly a second slower on that last lap. This is where they start to push. This is where all the moves are being made on this last lap. Wait, James Rothery just a big long look over his shoulder there for Sean Leonard. Miles ahead now of Walsh. And Sean Leonard, fastest lap for Sean there so far at 2:20.0. That's his personal best in this race. Another call for the Superbike, Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area. Checkered flag being ready then. Here it is. Another one in the bag for Michael Clyde. Oh, it was Lee. Oh no, it was Ross Muir. So Ross Muir getting the better of Graham Smallwoods. Just spitting pistons there at the crowd by the sounds of it. So a great race there between them two. And Michael Clyde, he heard them coming. And he just had to open up the tops. He had to stretch them cables that wee bit extra. There's James Rothery. Number 179 machine across the line. So we wait then. Dallas Reynolds, he had a good enough lead over Dave Walsh, although it was down to 4.1 seconds. I don't think he can gather up 4 seconds in one lap, of course, unless Dallas Reynolds made a mistake somewhere. And he hasn't. There he is. Dallas across the line. Fourth place, Dave Walsh on the Kramer. Finishes in fifth place. So sixth place man across the line is Liam Crotty. Oh, Andy Kildare dropping way back on that last lap. The number 51 across the line just gave up and settled for seventh. So we'll wait for Sean Leonard. He had a huge gap back to Walsh. There he is, across the line for Sean Leonard. And Ocean Walsh across the line then for the machines on their cool down lap of the remainder of the Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport machines could make their way to the holding area. This is sponsored by Rapid Power Generators. Generation. No generators? I might have to have a wee word with him about one maybe. But the machine's making their way back. Alright. I'll give. Yeah, no problem. Oh, is that right? Brilliant. Good man. So another call for the Classic Superbike machines and the Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area, please. There we go then. Ross Muir, round of applause, best man. He used his head in that one. second place man up into the paddock already. I think perhaps Michael and Graham celebrating out on track somewhere. Here comes Graham Smallwoods. Third place man, ladies and gentlemen. A well fought battle for Graham. He enjoyed that one. Just a pity there at the end. And Lorman would enjoy it a wee bit better. Your winner, Michael Clyde. So again, last call, Classic Superbikes and Classic Supersport machines to the holding area. You'll be out on track very shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've just got a wee note here, and we've been mentioning this throughout the year for the Injured Riders Welfare Fund, and I got a wee note from them here just to basically thank everyone. So, just a quick update for the Injured Riders Welfare Fund regarding the 5-road circuit walk on the 11th of July. So, Robert Sinton, and you can see it in him. You can see he looks strong, he looks fit, and he's lost a wee bit of weight. Not that you had weight to begin with, Robert, but I'm just saying. So Robert completed the walk covering 23.11 miles and walked a total time of 6 hours and 12 minutes, 52,500 steps. So a huge thank you to the whole motorcycle family for their support. And the total race so far sits at £3,365. And so that's going the riders' welfare. So thank you for all your continued support from the Injured Riders Welfare Fund. So thanks very much, guys, for all your support for these guys, the Injured Riders. They've certainly pulled me out of a hole a number of times and helped us out. And you'll see them. They should be in and around here with buckets and whatnot in through the paddock. So please give what you can to that charity. Absolutely, they do an absolute fantastic job in supporting the riders and the riders' families, of course. So that's the sweepers that are back, and they'll be going back into the paddock here very soon. The next race already in the holding area, ready to go, is the Classic Superbike and the Classic Super Sport race, the Rapid Power Generators, race 7 in your programs. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Rapid Power Generation Classic Superbike and Classic Super Sport machines out on track. And if there's anyone here from Rapid Power Generation, come down for a wee chat, because I have been looking for the right generator for a long time. There's a lot of equipment in here to power, and there's a lot of kettles to be boiled after this one. But Ryan Whitehall, pole position in the classic. He's on the Classic Super Sport machine, don't forget. His qualifying time a 2:13.6 for Whitehall. Graham McAleese. Graham McAleese will line up in second with a 2:15.6. So the sound of that machine going through here, just listen to it during this race. I'm just trying to sort some paperwork out here. I think I've went too far with this one. So Graham McAleese, number 191. Keep an eye on him. Andy Hornby in third. McAleese was by himself during qualifying, so at 2:15.6. It's going to be a lot lower than that. Andy Hornby, he hasn't had the luck there with him today, but he's qualified in the front row in third. Second of the Classic Superbike machines, a 2:18.1. Lee Osprey in fourth. Second of the Super Sport bikes, 2:22.5. Christian Didlow, you've seen that bike out quite a few times. He was in the senior support. The YZF Yamaha, he's lines up in fifth, a 2:25.0. Corn Smith then, he's in the YZF Yamaha in sixth place, a 2:26.1. Liam Crotty in seventh with a 2:37.3. So they're lining up, taking their grid positions. Well, no sign of Andy Hornby in this one, unfortunately. But here we go then. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. The revs go up, and the Classic Superbikes are away. What a start for Graham Graham McAleese. Graham McAleese up the inside. Ryan Whitehall was side by side there along with him. But it's McAleese who got the whole shot, but it's who is braver on the brakes into the town, into that hairpin, and bellowing down the other side as we look at the other side of the hill. So away they go, back down in through the country. So Ryan Whitehall nearly getting the whole shot there in that one, but Graham McAleese, he had the inside line. So he was exactly where he needed to be. In these Classic Superbikes, they're no real electronics, a starter motor. I think that's really about it. Nonetheless, traction control, launch control, just whatever you can do. The throttle goes both ways with these machines, and they can fairly wrestle them. That machine, Graham McAleese, the McKillop Racing machine, it sounds so good. Yesterday it was squealing through here, and just that wee bit in the overrun, popping and banging past us, that S-Rod. The R6 Yamaha was going to struggle with the pace of Graham McAleese with that machine, especially around here with it being so fast and flowing. But the R6, Ryan Whitehall, he has been on form. He's already had a podium in the Superbikes, and he's going to want to follow that through into this Classic Superbike race. The number 45 machine. Lee Osprey in 4th. I'm not too sure. I haven't been speaking to Lee myself, but I'll have a wee word with him later on. There's Graham. Oh, listen to that. Graham McAleese, Ryan Whitehall in 2nd, and Christian Diddlow. A great start there for Christian Diddlow, number 146, up into 3rd place. Lee Osprey way through, 2nd of the Supersport machines. He's in 4th. 5th is Corn Smith. Liam Crotty in 6th. Go ahead, Kitty. Who was it again? Sorry. Victor Gibson. So just hearing there from Clough itself, we had 30 bales paid for. Who were they again? Just that wee name again, sorry. Breaking up. So Victor Gibson and his wife from here in Clough donated for 30 bales in and around the circuit. So massive thank you to the Gibsons. And hopefully you're enjoying the racing here today. So Graham McAleese on the S-Rad. We'll go out, we'll see, we'll get a good listen to this here, but where the other 6 is going to be, who knows until they come back round towards us. It's going to struggle. Oh, I was going to say it's going to struggle. It's straight line. Oh, Graham McAleese making short work of that R6 of Ryan Whitehall. And them two are battling it out. And Christian Diddlow's still there, still right there. But Ryan Whitehall with the fastest lap at 2:06.0. Graham McAleese at 2:06.5. So Whitehall well and truly pushing that R6 Yamaha to the limit. The power of this, right, just out past Whitehall. Lee Osprey in that 4th place, just over 12 seconds back Corn Smith. But Liam Crotty closing that gap on Corn Smith now is 1.7 seconds. It's a 2:16.5 that time round for Liam Crotty. Corn Smith a 2:18.1. So he really is reeling them in hand over fist here. But Ryan Whitehall with that 2:06.0. The gap across the line was 0.1 of a second. So that machine of Graham McAleese, slightly bigger, a lot bigger, and a lot heavier than the R6 Yamaha of Ryan Whitehall. So Whitehall, he'll have the legs mid-corner and on the brakes, but the speed of that machine down the straight, you can just hear how quick, you can hear how quick it is going past us here. But Whitehall, he will never give up in this. He's going to want this overall win. He's got his own Supersport, obviously. Supersport points championship to think about. But like a typical racer, if there's another rider, another bike in front of you, all you want to do is beat it. Doesn't matter what class or who they are or what they are. But Graham McAleese, he's not going to get it all his own way here. Here they come again. It's Whitehall in lead, but not from McAleese trying to make a move up the inside. But it's Whitehall from McAleese. Diddlow, he's got a front row seat in this one as they head up towards the town. And the spread apart 3 abreast into the hairpin up at the top. Who's going to get the better of who? Lee Osprey their way through. So Lee Osprey in that 4th place. A lonely 4th place for Lee, but 2nd in the classic Supersport. I was saying earlier, I heard a rumour that Lee Osprey, I don't know whether he's hanging the ladders up or not. You know what the rumour mill's like. Corn Smith away through 5th, 6th Liam Crotty. Liam closing that gap even further, 0.6 of a second back on Corn Smith. That last lap for Crotty was a 2:17.8, Corn Smith a 2:18.9. So it'd be a real shame if he was to retire, but hopefully not. But whatever people think themselves, and if they think it's time, then you're better off just stepping away from it. So the top 3 slower on that lap. Ryan Whitehall, a 2:08.1 compared to his 2:06.0. Graham McAleese, a 2:08.3. And Christian Diddlow, a 2:07.5 compared to his 2:06.3. So the next race up then is the Hilton Cars Super Twin class. That's race 8 in your programs. So the Hilton Cars Super Twins. Can you make your way to the holding area, please? There's quite a few bikes there at the minute. And a few riders opting to sit out of the Super Twins. And obviously the race limit here. There's Graham McAleese in the lead. So he's pulled a bit of a gap now over Ryan Whitehall. Graham McAleese with the fastest lap, a 2:05.6. So he's done that under his own steam. There's been no fault of the riders behind. 2:06.4 for Ryan Whitehall. Christian Diddlow, 2:06.3. So Whitehall still under pressure. That's 750. 750 lurking in behind him. Lee Osprey away through. 2:11.7 compared to his best of 2:11.8. But the gap back to Ryan Whitehall is now 0.7 seconds. So Graham McAleese on the McKillop racing machine is starting to pull a bit of a gap here, but it's maintaining it. Corn Smith trying to keep the front end down that way, said F. 750. Liam Crotty on the Supersport 600 the classic machine in behind him. Both a lot slower that time. So Corn Smith's fastest was 2:18.1. That was a 2:19.7 on that lap. Liam Crotty, his fastest was a 2:16.5. And he done a 2:19.8. So just struggling to get past Corn Smith again. Smith with the speed advantage down these big straights. And that wee Supersport classic machine just struggling to stay with it. Christian Diddlow, he's only 0.2 seconds back on Ryan Whitehall. We might expect him to be ahead now. But regardless, this would be a great result here for Christian, podium finish. And the idea is just, they're going to have to just finish it because Lee Osprey, he's further back. He's a further 17 seconds back on Diddlow. And Corn Smith further 28 and a half seconds back on Lee Osprey. Here they come then. Oh, it's Ryan Whitehall. Ryan Whitehall with the lead over Graham McAleese. And Christian Diddlow, don't know what happened there. Graham McAleese's time. Graham McAleese was quicker on that lap than he's ever went through here, a 2:05.5. But Ryan Whitehall with a 2:03.9. He's really bit the screen. And he's got it between his teeth. He's gritting it and starting to pull away. 0.8 of a second back on Ryan Whitehall. Graham McAleese, he might. It's a further 0.8 back on Chris Diddlow as well. So I think he might be safe. He has to start pulling away from Christian. He can't risk anything. And likewise, if these two start dicing, if they start racing and elbowing each other, that's just going to allow Ryan Whitehall to pull away even more. Corn Smith across the line then. So he's starting to pull away from Liam Crotty now. So Crotty starting to slow up, a 2:19.4. Corn Smith a 2:18.9. So that's in and around where Corn was running. in and around the 218s. But for Liam Crotty to go from a 216 to a 219, whether there's something wrong with that machine, or he's just starting to pace himself. He might have had a few moments somewhere, especially down round the back section is easy done. A few action shots on social media, a couple of the bikes going sideways over Alexander's is a wee bit of a left-hander there. And up over the rise, the bike's leaving the ground. So last lap flag is being flown now. Is Graham McAleese going to be able to do anything about Ryan Whitehall? Because that was a phenomenal time. Here he comes, it's Whitehall. A huge gap back now to Graham McAleese. Still ahead of Diddler. Ryan Whitehall with the fastest lap once again, a 2:03.2. Graham McAleese in second. So for the Classic Super Sport, Ryan Whitehall, lap record 2:03.2. Graham McAleese on the Superbike, lap record 2:04.4. So Lee Osprey across the line, number 45 machine. That was a 2:10.4. So his best is 2:09.9. Loves riding that wee R6. He had a slip off. I think it was Kirkerson that he slipped off it. And it was more, I think they said it was more or less worth more in scrap, but they got it up, they got it running, they got it fixed and it was great to see it out last weekend as well. And out again this weekend. We'll wait, the next machines through should be Corn Smith and Liam Crotty. So, it's just Liam. So the number 51 machine, Liam Crotty. No sign of Corn. I think I heard on the radio there, Corn has retired around the circuit, unfortunately. So that machine's done enough for the day. Checkered flag time then. We wait for Ryan Whitehall. Unless Graham McAleese has pulled something spectacular out of the bag. So you can hear them echoing through the trees. They'll be with us any second here. Here he is. It's Ryan Whitehall. Across the line, takes the win from Graham McAleese, pushing right to the end. And Graham McAleese on the last lap. Fastest lap, a 2:02.5. Christian Diddle across the line in third, a 2:04.4. Just dropping back off the pace there on the last lap. But Graham McAleese with the fastest lap, a 2:02.5. Too little, too late. But of course he's winning the Classic Superbike then. But first for Ryan Whitehall, second for Graham McAleese, and third for Christian Diddle. And we'll wait for Lee Osprey. Here he comes then. Wee bit of a wheelie, wee pop of the front end. And Lee Osprey across the line. The number 45 machine in fourth. So again, another call for the Super Twin machines, please. That's the Hilton Cars Super Twin race. Race 8 in your programmes if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So we await Liam Crotty then. So he'll cross the line in fifth. His best lap was a 2:16.5, but he's been running in around 2:18s, 2:19s the past few laps. So there he is across the line. That's more like it there. That's a 2:17 on that last lap. What a great result then for Ryan Whitehall. So Lee Osprey then. Ryan Whitehall taking the win in this Classic Super Sport. Lee Osprey in second, and third Liam Crotty. Classic Superbike winner Graham McAleese.
Lee Osprey in second and third, Liam Crotty. Classic
over Christian Diddlow in second. And the fastest lap for Graham McAleese. So it's Super Twins up next then, folks. And they'll be out on track here very soon as we wait for the riders coming back round after that cool down.
So, ladies and gentlemen, up next then is the Hilton Cars Sales Super Twin Race. And the band on track any moment now.
Last call for the Super Twins, please, to the holding area. Last call to the Super Twins to the holding area.
The Super Twins, please, to the whole area. Last call to the Super Twins to the whole area.
good spins anyway. Went well, yeah. Improved on the two of the races.
Yeah.
Good position.
The only small thing about doing this is the more we faster, but at least you stay off. Anyway.
We're back over to Manchester and Dunlop.
Next, higher PDR,
She's running all days in the supplies and the battery really. Turn your connections on it.
the door open, then it just changes the SD card.
We were actually planning on going over to Belgium, maybe not this year, next year. But our grandfather's two brothers killed in World War One, and one of them was buried over here. So
Oh, boy, yeah.
we were going to go and find them.
That's cool. Yeah.
Cows over in the killed in Ypres, I think. Yeah. One was the first to actually show the Irish poison gas. Poison gas. I think you're right. We're all getting poison gas, yeah. Horrible fucking days. You never get that. 2 or 3 days we got him out and died.
That'd be a cool trip, though. Richard Ford was telling me.
Did you ever go to your man's the war museum down in Holland there? Now, it's supposed to be fantastic, but this is last year, so it's closed. They have not breaking the insurance. Down near Holland. Down near Slade.
So that's the Hilton Car Sales Super Twin race out for their warm-up lap. And in this one, Michael Dunlop on pole. I'm not sure, I think I heard earlier that he wouldn't be riding in this one. But we'll soon see if he comes back round or not. Michael was riding Michael Sweeney's 650. And same again, just last lap of qualifying, put it on pole. From Barry Ferber in second, Neil Kernahan third, fourth is Sean Brawley, fifth is Michael Clyde, sixth for Graham McAleese, seventh for Lee Osprey, then per out once again, Graham Smallwoods in eighth, ninth Nigel Moore, 10th for Dallas Reynolds, 11th for Sean Leonard, 12th for Liam Crotty, 13th Mark Johnson, 14th for Des Butler, 15th for James Rothery, 16th for Andy Kildare. So Barry Ferber he was fastest in qualifying for a while, a 209.3, a 210.5 for Neil Kernahan in third. So we'll keep an eye. Some of the junior support riders out in this one as well. So they've already been on their machines today, the 650s. So it might give them a wee bit of an advantage. We'll keep an eye on Michael Clyde there, who's already took a win today. He starts fifth, just behind Sean Brawley. Neil Kernahan coming on his way down there. Oh, it's Michael Clyde. I thought Michael Clyde was pulling into the side there. I thought he was going to retire before he got going. But he just wheels cool, calm and collected. Des Butler in behind him there. Des stops at his grip position. Michael Clyde on the second row. Looks down to make sure his wheel's on the line. So confirming no Michael Dunlop in this one. He's saving it for later on. So the green flag then is waved. Two groups in this one. Green flag waved at the back. We're told to engage gear. Revs go up. Watch the flag. Away they go. Great start for Barry Ferber. Barry on the Scott racing Yamaha machine. Aprilia, should I say. Gets the whole shot. Second group are away. Oh, look at Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson. Butler with a good start there too. I thought maybe he was going to get it, but the speed of that machine of Mark Johnson's got the better of him. So Mark Johnson had a good RMI. So he had a good RMI last weekend. He's funny, Mark. He's that sort of guy, a different sense of humour. And he asked him about what's your plan for the next race, and he just said, "Oh, I'm going to have to go quicker, aren't I?" So, but Mark, very fast rider indeed. He loves riding the Super Twins. So Barry Ferber with the whole shot. And Sean Brawley in there too had a good start. I didn't quite see where Michael Clyde ended up in that one. So again, we'll be expecting lap records broken here once again for the Twins. So a whole new book of lap records for next year. So we can hear them thundering back down towards us. Here they are then. Across the line is Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan's in the lead. Oh, Sean Brawley up the inside of Barry Ferber there. Barry Ferber trying to make a move. And Graham McAleese in fourth. Fifth, Michael Clyde. Sixth, Lee Osprey. Nigel Moore in seventh. Eighth, Sean Leonard. Des Butler. Have a look, Des Butler in behind Mark Johnson. It's good to see Des back out again. So again, just keep an eye with the correct time. Don't forget, from the second group, but Mark Johnson at the minute slips into 10th place. James Rothery, number 179 in 11th. So on this one, no Andy Kildare, no Michael Dunlop, no Graham Smallwoods, no Dallas Reynolds, and no Liam Crotty, unfortunately. So a lot of riders opting out of the Super Twin race. Of course, you're only allowed 5 races in a day, but still a good, strong field. Neil Kernahan, 0.2 second lead over Sean Brawley. Barry Ferber further 0.05 back on Brawley, but them two dicing it out. That's exactly what Neil Kernahan wants. So he might be able to get away from them pair behind. Good start there, Graham McAleese in 4th place, the number 91 machine. But he's 3.1 seconds back on Barry Ferber. So he's going to have to really try something, really start to push. Of course, he's only after jumping off that classic superbike machine, so it's going to feel like a wee toy, so it might fall in his favour. Here they come then, they're still with him. Neil Kernahan in the lead. Oh, look at Barry Ferber. Oh, but Barry Ferber's going to repay the favour there on Sean Brawley. Graham McAleese then. Oh, it's Michael Clyde. Michael Clyde is up into 4th place. McAleese demoted to 5th on the FAO racing machine. And Lee Osprey just at the back of that group in 6th. We'll wait for it is indeed Nigel Moore in the McKnight racing machine. Number 64 away through. He's on the SV 650. Nigel Moore a 2:13.8. Sean Leonard away through. And Mark Johnson. So Mark Johnson ahead of Sean Leonard and cracked the time up into 8th place. Des Butler through there in 10th. So Neil Kernahan with the fastest lap, a 2:03.0. Sean Brawley, a 2:03.1. Barry Ferber, a 2:03.1. Michael Clyde, a 2:07.7. Graham McAleese in 5th, a 2:08.3. Then we have Lee Osprey in 6th, a 2:08.1. Nigel Moore then in 7th, a 2:13.8. Mark Johnson 8th with a 2:15.6. Sean Leonard in 9th with a 2:18.3. Des Butler 10th, a 2:21.0. And James Rothery in 11th with a 2:30.2. So Neil Kernahan really on it now. He's been thereabouts all weekend, but he needs to get this one. That Aprilia of Neil Kernahan's lovely machine. If you look on the way past here, the exhaust system, it's very much like the Ducati exhaust system that you see. Here we go, he's pulling out that bit of a gap. Oh, but Barry Ferber's got past Brawley. So they've upped the game now. Barry Ferber chasing down Neil Kernahan. Sean Brawley that time, I don't think he's made a mistake anywhere. That was a 2:03.3. That's about the same time that he's running on. Graham McAleese repays the favour on Clyde. Up the inside of Michael Clyde through this right-hander. They crossed the line absolutely side by side there. 2:07.3 that time for Graham McAleese. So he's starting to push on that FAO machine. But no doubt Michael Clyde, he will start to push that Aprilia. So he's demoted back down to 5th place. Neil Kernahan again with the fastest lap, 2:01.8. Barry Ferber 2:02.2, so the gap has opened up to 0.8 of a second. Sean Leonard, number 34, just flipping down the gearbox there. Or Mark Johnson, apologies. Mark Johnson cracked the time up into 8th place. That was a 2:15.2 that time round. Neil Kernahan really looking strong there out in front. Continues to open up that gap. Neil Kernahan, I think he was saying that he's got a KTM, I think, for next season, but it's something to do with the rules, the homologations. It's a matter of waiting on it getting changed, but would be wonderful to see that machine out on track. That's for the next generation, the Super Sport machines. So hopefully we'll see it out next year. Here he goes. Oh no, Neil Kernahan. It's Sean Brawley with the fastest lap now. So the chase is on. 2:01.4 for Sean Brawley. All identical nearly through there. Barry Ferber, a 2:01.4. Neil Kernahan, a 2:01.5 that time round. Not much. Oh wow. Look at Graham McAleese. Graham McAleese is on a charge. A 2:05.1 for McAleese that time round. He looks like he's safe in that 4th place. Michael Clyde 2.8 seconds further back. But Graham McAleese, he's again takes about a lap or so just to get used to the machine after jumping off something like a classic superbike. That wee bit more power These Super Twins, they're very torquey indeed. So fastest lap for Sean Brawley. This can get very interesting here very quickly. Next up then, the Senior and Unlimited Classic Machines to the holding area. Senior and Unlimited Classic Machines to the holding area. The Classic Machines out before the grand final. The big one, the Superbikes. But we wait to see who takes the spoils in this race. It looked like it was Neil Kernahan's time, but Barry Ferber and Sean Brawley's coming with him. They're chasing him down. The gap last time from Barry Ferber to Neil Kernahan was 0.7 seconds. We'll keep an eye on it just to see it might be down this time round. Again, Neil Kernahan, I would expect that Neil Kernahan has a pit board down there just to let him know the gap, but of course a lot can happen in 3.5 miles. Oh, look at this. Ferber's right on it. Ferber goes over the right hand side, up the inside. Barry Ferber up into the lead. Neil Kernahan demoted to second, but it's not all over yet. Neil Kernahan chasing him down on the brakes into the town. Oh, and Sean Brawley with a front row seat. Barry Ferber with the fastest lap that time, a 2:06. So that's the fastest lap of the race so far. 105.5 mile an hour average around this circuit. Michael Clyde away through. Graham McAleese looks like he's in that safe 4th place. Michael Clyde in 5th. And Lee Osprey away through again. Another lonely race there for Lee Osprey, the number 45 machine. He's riding the Tryson Mullen racing machine. So it should be Nigel Moore next. It is indeed. Nigel Moore in that 7th place. 2:12.2. Great results for Nigel at Armoy as well. Good solid run here at the Mid Antrim. But Neil Kernahan, the 3 of them were faster that time. Neil Kernahan a 2:01.3. Barry Ferber a 2:06. Sean Brawley a 2:01.2. Graham McAleese a 2:05.1. There's Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson holds on to that 8th place. Sean Leonard away through. So another call for the Senior and Unlimited Classic Machines to the holding area, please. That's the Senior and Unlimited Classic Machines to the holding area. Again, sponsored by the Classic Bike Festival. Des Butler coming through. So the last lap flag is out. Here they come then. Oh, it's Neil Kernahan back out in front. Oh, Barry Ferber was maybe going to do the same thing again, but he thinks better of it and just tucks in behind. But look at Sean Brawley. Sean Brawley has reeled them back in again. Fastest lap to Brawley, a 2:02 compared to Ferber, a 2:06. Neil Kernahan still 2:01.1 there for Neil Kernahan. That's his fastest lap, but it's not going to be quick enough. Graham McAleese across the line, the FAO racing machine. That's James Rothery. Michael Clyde then. Michael Clyde still pushing. Michael Clyde's fastest lap so far, a 2:07.3 for Clyde. So Barry Ferber as Lee Osprey away through again. Barry Ferber 0.08 seconds back on Neil Kernahan, and 0.6 seconds back is Sean Brawley, who is on the move. This could be Brawley's race if he can get lucky and get past the pair of them into one corner. He can continue that rhythm that he has. He can keep pushing. Nigel Moore way through. So we're seeing Sean Leonard. Mark Johnson is just ahead of Sean Leonard. Mark Johnson from the 2nd group. He slots into 8th place. His last lap was a 2:14.3. Oh, Sean Leonard's ahead of Mark Johnson. So he's back ahead now. but uncorrected time. Mark Johnson is ahead of Sean Leonard. So Sean Leonard's just pushing that wee bit extra. So we'll wait for them coming back down. Oh, it's Neil Kernan, is it Neil? No, it's not. Side photo finish. Who got that one across the line? It was Neil Kernahan takes the win in the Hilton Car Sales Super Twins race from Barry Ferber in second and Sean Brawley in third. Wow, what a race that was. 0.05 of a second covered them. That's not even a blink of an eye across the line. And Sean Brawley, still he maintained that 0.6 of a gap that he did in the previous lap. But what a result. Graham McAleese across the line. Finishing the number 91 machine. 4th place for Graham. Michael Clyde. So Michael Clyde finishes in 5th. His fastest lap of 2:07.3. Lee Osprey then, the Tracy Mullen machine, in 6th. So Neil Kernahan taking the win. A 2-minute .6. Barry Ferber in second with a 2-minute .6. But Sean Brawley, the fastest lap of the race, and a new track record for Sean Brawley. A 2-minute .2. Graham McAleese in 4th, a 2:05.0. Michael Clyde in 5th, a 2:07.3. Lee Osprey in 6th with a 2:08.1. Nigel Moore in 7th, a 2:12.2. Leonard and Mark Johnson then. Has Johnson going to be able to get past Sean Leonard? Or is he just sat behind because he knows on corrected time that he is ahead of him? He has got past Sean Leonard. So across the line, Mark Johnson finishes in 8th place with a 2:14.3. Sean Leonard in 9th with a 2:17.5. Des Butler finishes in 10th with a 2:20.5. And James Rothery in 11th with a 2:28.5. So again, another call for the senior and unlimited classic machines, please, to the holding area. That's the senior and unlimited classic machines to the holding area. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the classic machines are on the track. The Senior and Unlimited Classics, sponsored by the Classic Bike Festival. So the machines will be heading out on their warm-up lap, and they are indeed. So the machines are away. In pole position. So Andy Hornby on pole, qualifying time a 2:19.0. Again, Andy hasn't had much luck. He wasn't out in the classic Superbike either. Andy Kildare in second, a 2:21.5. And they're the two unlimited class machines. First of the 500s, Barry Davison in third, a 2:21.7. So the time's pretty close there at the top. Robert McCrum, again coming off a great podium finish in his last race. He starts in fourth place, 2:26.0. Gareth Arnold, he's second to the 500s in fifth, a 2:30.2. Waddy Brown, third to the 500s in sixth, with a 2:31.1. Andrew McCrum, he's fourth of the 500s and he starts in seventh place, a 2:33.6. Anthony Ambler then in eighth, a 2:36.5. Gary Hutton in ninth, with a 2:40.9. Liam Crotty 10th, a 2:42.0. Terence Sansom in 11th, a 2:44.7. Brian Loughlin in 12th, a 2:49.0. Phil Lunny in 13th, a 3:08.1. And Richard Ford in 14th with a 3:29.1. So the classic machines will be making their way to their grip positions very shortly. Interesting to see if Andy Hornby is out on that Triumph for the number 42 machine. Again, they were pretty well spread out during qualifying, so if Barry Davison can get a good start, he can push Andy Hornby on the Triumph. Although he would need to push hard because Andy, he's strong on that bike. He's been riding that bike now for a few years. And Andy Kildare, sandwiched between them. The number 51 machine's been on for him, although he had a blow up this morning on his 350 machine. So hopefully it's not anything too severe and he can get that machine back out next weekend at the Classic Bike Festival. Here they come then, behind the marshals. Number 51 machine, Andy Kildare, slips down the middle of the pack. Barry Davison at one side of him, Andy Hornby at the other. Sort themselves out the grip positions. Remember, no tire warmers or anything for the likes of these machines. Good sticky compound on these classic bikes. So that warm-up lap, there'll be plenty of temperature in them tires. So here we go then. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. So the super, oh, way to go, classic bikes, oh, Andy Hornby, oh, that was close. close there, Andy Hormy. Apologies. Andy Kildare. So Andy Kildare is so lucky not to get hit there. Quick thinking, he got his hand up. So second group round in. Richard Ford and Phil Lunny. So unfortunate there for Kildare. Just stalled it on the line, but he got the machine going again. A quick push start and away, but that's his race done before it even starts, unfortunately. So all that kerfuffle at the start of the race, I didn't get a chance to see who was doing what at the front. But there's no doubt in the big triumph of Andy Hornby, he was up there anyway. As the windows in the comedy box shook when they went past, and they're going to do a bit more shaking here when they're coming flying down past us here. Again, Barry Davison's able to hold on to the back of Andy Hornby. We'll have a good race in our hands. It's just the big long straights, the big sweepers. And Barry Davison, he'll have it in his head. Again, he's got his own championship to think about. So Barry Davison on the 500cc. Just hearing there in the radio, number 196, Terence Sansom, has retired from the race, unfortunately. So he's pulled that bike to the side, and he's sitting back and enjoying this race, no doubt. Here we go then. It's Hornby on the triumph, and a big lead he has. Barry Davis second, Bert McCrum. What a start there from Bert McCrum. Number 43, Andrew McCrum, and Gareth Arnold in there as well. And the 51 of Andy Kildare starting to dice through them already. So Kildare up into 8th place, but on corrected time. These machines coming through. Andy McCrum. 5th place there, the number 43 machine. Gareth Arnold just in behind him in 6th. But it's Andy Hornby who's leading over Barry Davison. Barry Davison still the first of the 500 machines. Robert McCrum second to the unlimited class. He's in 3rd. So another podium for Bert McCrum. Phil Lunny. Down a gear for that one. Wow. So a call for the grand final to the holding area, please. The Superbikes, the big one. The Richard King Haulage Limited grand final. Race 10 in your programmes. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So Andy Hornby with a lead of over 2.5 seconds over Barry Davison. Bert McCrum a further 2.1 seconds back on Davison. Richard Ford 1.7 back on Robert McCrum. And Robert McCrum's son, Andrew McCrum, he's in 5th place there at the minute. He's second to the 500cc machines. But he's got Gareth Arnold on his tail on that last lap. He was eyeing up a move there at the hairpin up at the top half of the town. Here we go then, the echoes of that triumph way through. Listen to this thing. Barry Davison the way through. The top 3 not slacking it at all through here. Oh, look at Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare diced his way through, and he's right up there. He's up into 4th place. After stalling it on the line, Andy Kildare, the red mist is down. Uncracked time. Richard Ford away through there, so he's up in the 4th, demoting Andy back down to 5th. But what a start there, number 51 machine. Andy Hornby, fastest lap, 2:15.4. For Andy Hornby, Barry Davison, a 2:17.8. Robert McCrum in 3rd, a 2:19.5. Richard Ford up in 5th, a 2:21.2. Andy Kildare in 4th, apologies. Andy Kildare in 5th, a 2:20.4. Waddy Brown in 6th, he's 2nd to the 500s, a 2:23.6. Gareth Arnold, 3rd to the 500s and 7th, a 2:25.1. Andrew McCrum in 8th, a 2:25.7. Liam Crotty in 9th with a 2:22.8. Anthony Ambler in 10th, a 2:28.4. Gary Hutton, 6th of the 500s and 11th, a 2:37.5. And we have Brian Loughlin on that BMW in 12th, a 2:39.3. Phil Lunny then. Phil Lunny making his way through. He didn't go down a gear that time through here, that right-hander. Megaphones on that machine. Deafening a full chant. Here he comes again, Andy Hornby. Your leader, he's blitzing this one. Oh, so smooth through there, Barry Davison. Likewise for Barry Davison, the bike moving about a wee bit there underneath him, just the back end of it squatting. So the two out in front starting to steady themselves now. That last lap, Andy Hornby a 2:15.8, Barry Davison a 2:18.1. Gareth Arnold way through. Liam Crotty, Waddy Brown, Andrew McCrum dropping to 9th place there after a great start that he had. So Richard Ford away through, number 12 machine. He stays in that 4th place on crack time, 3rd of the unlimited class. But Andy Hornby a 2:15.8 that time compared to his best, a 2:15.4. Barry Davison a 2:18.1. His best was 2:17.8. He's settling for that 2nd place. Bert McCrum 5.1 seconds back. Gary Hutton goes through the number 20 machine. Ford 5.1 seconds back. Richard Ford, that was a 2:19.1, so he's closed the gap on corrected time to Bert McCrum. He's only 3 seconds. He's 3 seconds behind Bert. So as long as Bert doesn't get complacent, he needs to keep the charge on. He has to remember that these races can be won by the 2nd group. So Bert McCrum can be demoted here very quickly. I'm just hearing there's a machine there around the circuit smoking a wee bit. So I'm not sure. I think it's Gareth Arnold maybe being reported to be smoking an awful lot. Well, Andy Hornby way through. Another call for the Superbikes for the grand final to the holding area, please. He goes through again. Phil Lunny, number 68. Look at this, look at Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare on a charge. Will he get the better of Bert? But of course, Richard Ford as well. So we wait for, it is Gareth Arnold, unfortunately. So Gareth Arnold, I don't know if he's seen that machine or that black flag, the board with his number on it. But he was to be reported to be smoking excessively. So Andy Hornby there, a 2:17.1. Barry Davison through, that was a 2:18.4. Oh, something wrong. I think that was the number 43 machine, was it? Andrew McCrum, unfortunately. Has he retired from this one? He has indeed, unfortunately. That's a retirement there. So they are still trying to get that machine of Gareth Arnold's pulled in. Gary Hutton way through Brian Loughlin on the BMW, that boxer engine. So Gareth Arnold has retired now from this one. He's pulled over. That's an unfortunate end to his weekend. So Richard Ford only 1.2 seconds off the back of Robert McCrum now. Well, he could clinch this second place on the eliminated class and third on the road. And here comes Andy Hornby again. Oh, again, you can just see that bike just moving that wee bit. Barry Davison. Look how skinny them tyres are going through here. Absolutely flat out. Andy Kildare then across the line. He's got better of Bert McCrum on the road. So that means Richard Ford. Remember, he was just over a second behind Bert, so he took 2 seconds on the previous lap. So we'll wait for Richard Ford, the number 12 machine coming through. Here he is. Just waiting to see uncorrected time. Richard Ford, fourth. So Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare is ahead of Richard Ford by 1.8 seconds. So Andy Kildare up into second place on the eliminated class, third on the road. That was a 2:16.9 that time. Andy Kildare's fastest time, a 2:15.5. So he's just 100th of a second off Andy Hornby's best time, a 2:15.4. Barry Davison's fastest time, a 2:17.8. So another call for the Richard King Haulage Limited Grand Final to the holding area, please. That's race 10 in your programmes. And don't forget, the parade laps are after this then, so we'll have the solo parade laps followed by the sidecar parade laps. We'll see some nostalgia here around the Mid Antrim 150 course. Gary Hutton way through there, number 20. He's up into 9th place now on track to time. Gary Hutton. Brian Loughlin in 10th. Of course, there are a lot of them all promoted there with the retirement of Gareth Arnold. Here's the Norton end of Andy Hornby. Way through as smooth as you like there. Barry Davison safe in that second place. I'm sure Andy Kildare would have loved to be up there with the rest of them. Just a wee roll there from Andy. Bert McCrum. So great run this weekend for Bert McCrum. Still third in the unlimited class. Unlimited class has been a long day. Number 12, Richard Ford. Across the line, he stays where he is, fourth in the road, third. So he's up in leapfrog. McCrum once again on corrected time. 2:17.8 that time round for Richard Ford. So he's up the game. So last lap time now. Andy Kildare, 7 seconds. He's actually closed that gap on Barry Davison, so he's only 7 seconds behind. But again, unless there's a mistake or something from Barry Davison, I don't think Andy is going to be able to catch him. But second on the limited class, it's not easy done. That bike could hold out until the finish. And he doesn't have the same luck as what he had in the first race he had this morning, with that 350 just giving up the ghost. Andy Holby. That was Phil Lunny away through. The final call then for the Richard King Haulage Limited Grand Final, race 10 in your programmes. Final call to the holding area. The checkered flag will be going out here any second now for this race. And the machines will be coming back into the paddock. So we wait for the echo of the tram screaming down towards us again. So that should be, is that Gary Hutton? It is indeed. Gary Hutton. There he is then. Andy Hornby with a fantastic win. And a wave to the crowd. Brian Loughlin across the line, number 29. But we wait for Barry Davison. Barry Davison across the line, number 40. Takes the win in the 500 class, but second on the road. And what a ride there from that man, Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare third on the road, second on the limit class. Bert McCrum at the minute, he's third on the limited class at the minute. Fourth on the road, but we'll have to wait to see what Richard Ford can do. And here he is, Richard Ford keeps it lit across the line. Richard Ford takes third place on the limited class, fourth on the road. And Bert McCrum demoted to fifth. Dame Crotty across the line in sixth. Waddy Brown, second of the 500s in seventh. So wait for Anthony Ambler then. Great podium finish this will be for the 500 class. So we'll see, he was on his own, he was 50, I think it was 53 seconds or so ahead of Gary Hutton for the Ambler. So it's a long wait back for Anthony Ambler, number 59 machine. As we wait, he should finish 8th on the road and 3rd of the 500s. With Phil Lunny across the line. So here he is then. Oh, it's the number 20 machine. So Gary Hutton across the line then. 3rd of the 500s. No sign of Anthony Ambler, unfortunately. He may have retired somewhere around the track. So what a result there. Winner of the unlimited class, Andy Hornby from Andy Kildare in second. Third was Richard Ford. Fourth was Robert McCrum. Fifth was Liam Crotty. And sixth, Brian Loughlin. The 500cc class then, Barry Davison taking the win from Waddy Brown in second. Third is Gary Hutton. And fourth for Phil Lunny.
here and there. Waddy Brown just into the paddock there now. So number 3 machine, Waddy Brown, finishes second of the 500. Just got a wee bit of information there. So this is Waddy Brown's 50th circuit that he's raced from he started racing. So fair play to Waddy. Still enjoying it, still on the podium. Phil Lunny way through there. Phil Lunny, uncle of Mark Lunny. Mark Lunny, really, really good 125 rider in his day, and the 600s. Dipped his toes in the diesel side of things. The 600 DC, but he's maintained the favour now and come around his uncle. Phil enjoying it. Big smiles all around all the time from Phil. So the Richard King College Grand Final up next, folks. Race 10 in your programme. I think I heard someone saying on the radio that they were going to do some recoveries. But they'll not be long before they're back to the paddock. But the Grand Final, the Superbike machines in the holding area, ready and waiting to go. And after that, we will have the parade laps. The solo machines. The solo machines will be out on track. And that will be followed by the sidecars then after that for their parade.
You can hear the cheers of the crowd there as they're working on the podium. Very well done to them guys. And they'll get their trophy. And their photographs and all taken. And sometimes that's all it takes. The riders love to take a wee momentum home from their race weekends. So they're just clearing up a few things in and around the circuit, folks, and then we're going for the big one. The Grand Final, the Richard King Haulage Superbike race, race 10. And this promises to be red hot. Looking forward to this one. This will be followed by the parade laps, and then the sidecars will be out for their parade laps as well. So we'll see them, and just we'll be able to hear that outfit of the crows squealing round here once again.
So we'll see them. Just we'll be able to hear that outfit of the crows squealing round here once again.
So just a wee announcement there for Darren Duncan. Could Darren Duncan please return his transponder as quickly as possible? As Darren Duncan, please return your transponder.
Darren Duncan. Could Darren Duncan please return his transponder as quickly as possible? As Darren Duncan, please return your transponder.
So as we wait for this Superbikes coming out, again, a wee bit more work around the circuit, and the club has done a fantastic job, and I'm sure you will all agree. And I don't know where I'm going here. the wobbly step in the front of the commentary box. Bit of surfing being done. But yeah, the club, after everything that they've been through and what they've been able to pull off this weekend, and yesterday was tough for them as well, but they've put on an absolutely amazing show. So ladies and gentlemen, I would just like you to join me in, well, congratulating the club. So please, can I have a huge round of applause for the Mid Antrim 150 club? Absolutely amazing what they've done and what they've achieved. And again, bigger, better things for next year.
Absolutely amazing what they've done and what they've achieved. And again, bigger, better things for next year. gentlemen, just another wee announcement here. So when the road open car passes you after the parade laps, remember, please, it is race direction only. So if you're leaving the paddock or leaving whatever paddock that you're in, when you're out onto the circuit, it is race direction only for around 15 minutes or so. So please don't forget, race direction only when the road open car comes back through.
Not long now till we get these Superbike machines out onto the circuit. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming the whole weekend live here on Commentary Corner, and we're trying loads of different things. We've got all the sponsors throughout every single race. We have the sponsors' logos up above the timing. We've got live timing here as well as the machines come through and chop and change their names. You can see what I can see here in the commentary box, hence Commentary Corner. So hopefully we've had good reviews here so far, and once the live stream ends, it will take a couple of hours or so for the process, but you can watch it all back again when you're at home. I know the first thing the riders do the next day or that night, they message me, oh, am I on the stream? Am I on the stream? You can watch it all back and flick through it to whatever race you want. So again, we'll not be too much longer here, ladies and gentlemen. You see one of the vans coming up towards us here now, and the Superbikes will be on track very shortly.
So again, we'll not be too much longer here, ladies and gentlemen. You see one of the vans coming up towards us here now, and the Superbikes will be on track very shortly.
So Superbike machines out on track now for the Richard King haulage grand final, race 10 in your programmes. And it's about to heat up very quickly here. Michael Dunlop on pole from Ryan Whitehall. Ryan Whitehall had that pole position for a limited time, but on the last lap, Michael Dunlop, he clinched it, 159.7. Ryan Whitehall in second with a 201.4. Joe Loughlin in third, a 205.1. Barry Ferber in fourth, a 206.4. Neil Kernahan lines up in fifth, the number 109 machine, a 207.0. Kevin Keys in sixth with a 207.1. Darrell Anderson lines up in seventh, a 210.1. Sean Brawley in eighth, a 210.4. Paul Cronson in ninth with a 210.9. 10th place then for Richard McLaughlin, a 214.5. Corn Smith in 11th with a 222.9. He retired that machine earlier today, so hopefully it wasn't anything too serious and he can get it back out again. Paul Falloon qualifies in 12th, a 223.5, and Lee Hara 13th with a 3:09. Again, the first race earlier, Ryan Whitehall clinching a second place in the first Superbike race. And he was more than over the moon with that, and so he should be. But Joe Loughlin, keep an eye on Joe Loughlin, Barry Ferber and Neil Kernahan in this one. Kevin Keys, maybe not the qualifying position he wanted, but again, sketchy conditions yesterday. And we've seen from previous races, most of the races throughout the whole day, that qualifying yesterday, the time, the bikes, different setup, the time's completely different. And the riders just feel a lot more comfortable here. Kevin Keys just moving over to his position there. Michael Dunlop on pole, again just removing some tape from the front of that radar by the looks of it. So there we go then for the Richard King haulage grand final. They're told to engage gear, watch the flag, and the Superbikes are go! Oh, good start for Ryan Whitehall. Oh, Ryan Whitehall off the inside of Michael Dunlop. No, Michael Dunlop rode round the outside. Ryan had to give that one in. He just had to shut the throttle that wee bit. The front end of Ryan Whitehall's machine bucking and weaving underneath him there. He probably thought to himself, I'm on the inside. Michael Dunlop has to give in. Michael Dunlop never gives in. So Dunlop in the lead of this one. Whitehall in second. I was just watching that machine of Whitehall moving about underneath him that much, and I didn't get the chance to see who was in third. With Michael Dunlop leaning on Ryan Whitehall through there. So again, more lap records to go in this one, no doubt. Number 361 machine of Whitehall. He'll be pushing as hard as he can. That's Suzuki. He's had a good run this season with that Suzuki. And laughed a couple of weeks ago, he was wearing a t-shirt. I can't remember what it said. It's something to do with petrol. I think petrol rules or something like that. But he got wound up badly after Cookstown when that Suzuki, his was smoking badly. And that's just saying motorbikes run better when they're not running on diesel. Here we go then. Michael Dunlop in the lead. Oh, what a run there, Ryan. Oh, Ryan Whitehall still tucked in behind 0.8 of a second through. That's Kevin Keys up into third place. Joe Loughlin, Barry Ferber away through. Neil Kernahan, Paul Cranston, Richard McLaughlin. So it's close there. Joe Loughlin only 0.1 of a second back off Keys. Again, much like the first race of the day, the Superbike race. Them two are at it. Joe Loughlin has to cling on to the back end of Keys. He can't let him go like he did the last time. So they've been chopping and changing there. Keys a further 3.9 seconds back on Ryan Whitehall. Barry Ferber 2 seconds back on Joe Loughlin. And Neil Kernahan chasing him down 0.6 of a second back. Paul Cranston up there in that 7th place. Richard McLaughlin in 8th. He's 1.2 seconds back on Paul Cranston. And Paul Falloon away through there on his ours. There was a Honda, I think he was on 8 seconds back, 8.9 off Richard McLaughlin. So just saying there's a couple of machines already in the holding area. So the solo machines for the parade laps, if you can make your way to the holding area, that's the solo machines to the parade laps to the holding area, to the parade laps to the holding area. It just shows you how long this day's been. So we're expecting Michael Dunlop through here any second now on that BMW, on that stock machine. Here we go then. Oh, you can see the compression when they come off that hill. Dunlop through, popping and banging through here. Whitehall, he's still chasing him. He's not a million miles away from him here. 1.6 of a second. So Ryan Whitehall and Michael Dunlop posting the same times. Michael Dunlop at 151.0. Ryan Whitehall 151.7. So he's just chipping away at them there. McLaughlin, the back end of that machine of McLaughlin's, you can hear them just spinning up a wee bit as he banks that bike over to the left-hand side of the road. So Keys starting to pull away now from Joe Loughlin. And it is indeed the Fireblade of Paul Falloon away through. But the gap back to Ryan Whitehall, 1.6 seconds. Kevin Keys is a further 5.9 seconds back. Kevin Keys with a 153.7 in third. Joe Loughlin a 155.6. So that gap has opened up to just over 2 seconds from Keys to Loughlin. Barry Ferber away through. He's getting chased down by Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan closing that gap even further. He's in that 6th place. That was a 157.7 from Kernahan compared to Barry Ferber's time of a 158.0 just in front of him. 0.3 of a second. Paul Cranston there getting chased. Richard McLaughlin pushing hard. You could hear that ZX10 machine spinning the back wheel. 0.4 of a second back on Cranston. So back down towards this end. Michael Dunlop trying to keep the front end of that BMW down. The wings won't do much here. So the gap's up to 2.5 seconds now. Here comes Keys in a comfortable 3rd position. Joe Loughlin still pushing on the McKnight Racing BMW. Here's Neil Kernahan then. Barry Ferber, they're well spread out now. Listen, that Aprilia Scott Racing machine going through here. Here's Cranston, still under pressure from Richard McLaughlin. Oh, it's Paul Cranston. He's just drifting that ZX6 through that left-hander. Cranston, he loves it round here. Feels real comfortable. Fantastic results this weekend for Paul Cranston. So 0.3 of a second 0.3 of a second back on Cranston for McLaughlin. Paul Falloon going through. So not as quick as what they were this morning. So Dunlop a 151.0, same matching his fastest time there. So that just shows consistency, builds champions. Ryan Whitehall in second, a 152.0, not far off his time there, a 151.7. Kevin Keys in a lonely third place there now. He's going to try and maintain that gap. He is already thumping past us here as he just rolls the throttle off on that BM. Waiting, Ryan Whitehall. Oh, no Ryan Whitehall this time round. It's Kevin Keys and Joe Loughlin. Kevin Keys up into second place. Joe Loughlin. No sign of Ryan. Here he is. Ryan Whitehall. Oh, Ryan Whitehall. Fourth. Down into fourth. Neil Kernahan chasing him now. Michael Dunlop on that last lap, a 150.8. It's nearly as if he can hear me under that helmet. So faster again for Dunlop, a 150.8. Kevin Keys in second, a 153.7. Oh, and Richard McLaughlin has got past Paul Cranston now. He's used the power of that 1000cc machine. Up into seventh place now for McLaughlin. Neil Kernahan only 2 seconds back on Ryan Whitehall. He's going to try his best to chase him down, but Whitehall has been on the power, on the pace all weekend. And he's pushing that Suzuki to the absolute limit, and that's what happens. Sometimes a mistake is made, and he's obviously ran on at one of the road ends, and he's been able to get it turned. So that was a 2:13 for that last time for Ryan Whitehall. His best was a 151.7. Falloon away through. And what a good, consistent weekend for Kevin Keys as well. All he has to do, that gap is still just over 2 seconds back to Joe Loughlin, so he is maintaining it. Here's Michael. MD left, the back wheel actually left the ground there just as he tipped it into that right-hander. Right the whole way down into first gear. Standing it up before getting the power on. Kevin Keys then across the line, 154.4 in second place. Joe Loughlin. I was going to say he's looking safe there in that second place, but Ryan Whitehall on a charge now. Ryan Whitehall, he's pulled away from Neil Kernahan. 4 seconds now the gap is. Back to Neil Kernahan from Whitehall. Whitehall 153.7 that time round, but of course he hasn't got the man that he was chasing before. His fastest was 151.7. So he's 2 seconds a lap slower now for Whitehall. He just can't get back into the rhythm. Richard McLaughlin pulling away now from Paul Cranston. Oh, Paul Cranston, he's so fast through here. Oh, just touching the dust on the right-hand side on the accidentless left-hander. Heading into the town. So absolutely full of experience, that man. You can hear that ZX6 over that machine of Richard McLaughlin as they head back down into the countryside here at Clough. Oh, Michael Dunlop. As Paul Falloon will be waiting on here, but I'm sure he's going to get a freight very shortly. So here's Paul. Oh, Paul Falloon, the Bulls coming through. Michael Dunlop. 151.1 that time from Dunlop. He's just chasing his own times and puff of dust there from the back of that BMW into the face of Falloon. Kevin Keys. The gap is stretched even further now. Across the line, Kevin Keys on that Fireblade. The Derek Core machine. Just nearly 21 seconds there. Look at Whitehall. Whitehall's right on the tail end of Joe Loughlin. This isn't over yet. Whitehall is chasing another podium here. And poor Joe, he just missed out on it the last time. And I think it's going to happen again. That was a 152.7. He was a second. Ryan Whitehall a second quicker on that last lap. Neil Kernahan in behind fifth. Barry Ferber steady in that sixth place. As we look down the country, there is Richard McLaughlin. And Paul Cross. He's so fast through there, and he just pulls the bike over to the left-hand side. Very impressive indeed. So with that gap, Ryan Whitehall 0.6 off the back of Joe Loughlin. That Suzuki does not hang about. The rider does not hang about. And he'll be getting past Joe Loughlin as quickly as he can here. And knowing Ryan Whitehall, he'll be pushing to the absolute limit, to the absolute end. Here's Michael Dunlop then. Oh. Swear he's doing that on purpose through here. The window's shaking in the commentary box. Last lap time then. We'll wait for Keys. The gap was nearly 21 seconds last time round. Paul Falloon the way through. Kevin Keys, 23.5 seconds of a lead for Michael Dunlop. Ryan Whitehall has got past Joe Loughlin, and he's pulled a huge gap now over Joe. So 2.8 seconds already. Ryan Whitehall, that time it was a 153.6. Well, it took a wee bit of time. Joe Loughlin a 157 that time, so Joe has made a mistake there somewhere, or maybe they came to blows around the track somewhere. That's Barry Ferber away through. The number 80 machine on the Scott racing Aprilia. You can hear the machines just struggling for grip there as they head back down in the country. Richard McLaughlin away through. Paul Cranston then. That'd be another great result for Paul Cranston. So we'll be waiting. Michael Dunlop will be through here any second now. We can hear him coming in between the trees, that BMW echoing as they bellow down towards us. Here he is then, the Richard King Haulage Superbike Grand Final winner, Michael Dunlop. And a wee bit of a wait then for young Keys, but what a result this will be. And what a weekend for the Darracor team as well. Here we go then. Across the line, second place, Kevin Keys. And what a ride for this man, Ryan Whitehall. Last step of the podium. Joe Loughlin had to settle for... Oh, he's still pushing there too. So Joe Loughlin had to settle for fourth place. He's maybe not too happy there. Paul Falloon across the line. Neil Kernahan. So Neil Kernahan across the line in fifth. Here comes Barry Ferber on the Aprilia. Wee wheelie across the line as he drops down the hill. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next up are the parade laps. Some lovely machines going out here. The solo parades, we've seen them first thing this morning. And the sound amazing. Richard McLaughlin away through. And Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston's in a hurry to get back. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the parade machines will be out on track in a few minutes' time. We've got Neil and Donny Robinson's machines out on track. We've got Smutty Robinson, his School Bandit Suzuki. So the School Bandit Suzuki, Barry Davison was riding that with Smutty's leathers. So we'll be looking forward to seeing that. Just let you know, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get these parade laps out onto the track. So please, no spectators to be out onto the track. No moving about between these sessions, because we want to get the parade laps. We want to see these nostalgic machines. And then, of course, the sidecars will be out screaming around Clough Village once again. So for the parade laps, please, ladies and gentlemen, no crossing over, no crossing the road until the day's complete. There, a big wheelie from this man, Michael Dunlop. Brilliant ride there once again from MD. No? You can just hear them machines warming up in the background. The solo parades, the TZ 350. Kevin Keys then. Great run from this young man. That Fireblade, the livery on that machine is lovely. Ryan Whitehall. On the Suzuki, Joe Loughlin. And another burnout there. Joe Loughlin having a wee go there. Just be careful, Joe. Steve McKnight's up there. And the crowd getting smoked out. It's funny because it's these fellas that are complaining about the price of tires. So just a wee message there, ladies and gentlemen. There has been a set of glasses found in the VIP field area. So where the VIP hospitality is, that field, there has been a set of glasses found. And I think they're down there at the control. Have you got them there, Kitty? No, not mine. It depends what make they are. So the glasses, Kitty has the glasses down there at the steward's office. So if you have lost a set of glasses in this field, they're down there with Kitty, and you can go and pick them up. So again, what another race. The racing has been phenomenal all day. And now we get to see some nostalgia with some more race bikes, Grand Prix machines coming out onto the circuit here for the parade laps. And that'll be followed by the sidecar parade laps. So we're looking forward to that again with the sidecars echoing through the countryside here.
stop around the yard behind that bit. There at the front. Then Brad tried to pull out with a forklift. I left the forklift, that was his head. Then Brad put it forward instead of reverse, you're pulling against them, and then pulled the whole out of the front. You were about to fall asleep there. Thanks, Brad.
Sorry, shot on the washing machine. Hey, that new washing machine. Did you ever find out why it was named Big Loud Noise?
Transport boats just on the
Transport bolts to where?
bag of it. Stop the drum moving about.
Being on the drum, fucking it was mad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the parade machines are out on track. That's the Miller Racing CBR 600. Out on track, some really special machines here. Dean McDonald's TZ350 Yamaha away through there. Lovely wee Castrol Honda. Smutty Robinson. Oh, he's pulling over there. That's Barry Davison. Barry Davison riding the Smutty Robinson Suzuki. The 750 Suzuki, the Skull Bandit. And we're having a look to see where. I'm pretty sure one of Smutty's 125s is out here as well. Cheers, John. So I think Jeff McMullen will be riding Smutty Robinson's 125. They were just struggling to get it going there, and he left with a haze of blue smoke. So the sidecar machines will be out next. And we'll get to hear the sidecars going round. So the Lynch's machine, we've got the Crow Brothers. Deneen has his outfit here as well, and it sounded fantastic through there. Newton will be out showcasing his outfit. We're just waiting for Jeff McMullen on that wee 125. Only found out there that Jeff McMullen was actually here today. So it's always good to have a bit of crack with Jeff. He's been around a long time. And he has a lot of love for these classic bikes. He's got an RG 500 himself. So he would be traveling the world, doing a wee bit of racing here and there. So I think that's Gene McDonald's. Oh no, that is the 125 there of Jeff McMullen. Maybe have to change the gearing on it, maybe. But it's sounding sharp. Gene McDonald's 350, the number 18 machine. Near fell out of the comedy box there, just looking back. So Peter McDonald is riding Gene's machine. You can still hear, you can hear that 350 heading down into the country. And he's followed by the Miller Racing Honda. So I think they were getting 3 laps, and then the cooling down lap, they were coming round again and pulling into the paddock, and then the sidecar machines will be out. So there we go, the checkered flag is out this one. So it's great to see Smutty's machines out there as well. Smutty unfortunately lost his life. He was quite young too. Scarborough, he just signed a deal for that the Skull Bandit Suzuki. And the leathers that we spoke about earlier on, the leathers that Jeff McMullen are wearing, I'm not sure, maybe they might be the same ones that Barry Davison had on, but they were brand new. They were ordered in for Smutty to wear, but unfortunately he lost his life before he got the chance to wear them. Well, Barry Davison rode that bike at Bishop's Court a couple of weeks ago as well for the Mid Antrim 150 club, and it was nice to see Barry on something so special. But unfortunately, he's pulled in the paddock there, but we've seen it this morning. It sounds beautiful too. So the checker flag being held out. And we should be seeing Jeff McMullen through again. It's the Miller Racing Honda. Castrol Honda's pushing on. TZ 350. We'll just, I want to hear this wee 125 again at Jeff. I'm just hearing there that this is wee 125. It is retired from this one, unfortunately. So it should give up the ghost.
Just hearing there that the wee 125 that is retired from this one, unfortunately. So it should give up the ghost.
So just hearing Jeff McMullen is actually pushing that 125 back round to the paddock. He's got a brave bit to go still.
Just hearing Jeff McMullen is actually pushing that 125 back round to the paddock.
But I'd say he's pushed a few bikes off the track himself throughout the years. So just a reminder, folks, the side cars are up next, and they'll be doing their 3 laps, and then their cool down lap as well. And they do sound fantastic, especially going up through the town, the echoes of the machines. But just a reminder for when the roads do open, ladies and gentlemen, when the roads open car goes past and you're let out onto the road with your vehicle, it is race direction only. So don't forget, race direction only when the roads open, and that will be in place for about 15-20 minutes or so.
It is race direction only. So don't forget, race direction only when the roads open, and that will be in place for about 15-20 minutes or so.
So I think these parade machines, they're being stopped at the start and finish line, and they get photographs and whatnot taken, and then make their way back up again.
Parade machines are being stopped at the start and finish line.
They'll make their way back up to the paddock and let the side cars out onto the road. So if there's any more side cars to come down into the holding area, please do so. And you'll be out on track any minute now once this is completed, the photographs. And you can carry on with your parade lap. So the machine's back to the start and finish then. Gene McDonald's TZ350 in the middle of them. And they'll get their photograph taken.
Start and finish then. Gene McDonald's TZ350 in the middle of them. They'll get their photograph taken.
So just a reminder, folks, we've been streaming this live all weekend. And yesterday's qualifying, it was a wee bit damp. And today, I think I've done very well today. I haven't mentioned the weather once, because I got wound up last night that much. Every time I mentioned the sun, it started raining.
Qualifying was a wee bit damp. And today
So it's been a great day all round, and you can watch the qualifying from yesterday. Not only is it live, it's also recorded and saved on our YouTube channel, Commentary Corner, and you can all go back on and watch it. Give it about today, once everything's uploaded. It'll take a couple of hours maybe just to get the video loaded, but you can watch it back later tonight. And I think with the crowds that are here today, fantastic to see so many spectators. And I think with the crowds here, by the time you get out, it probably will be later tonight by the time you get home anyway. Sandra just taking the photograph there. Very special photo indeed. And the machines will be coming back up. I think I've seen someone with a roller starter there, but I think the wee TZ, the wee 350 will not be too hard started as he pedals it away there. Again, I'm going to scud the whole thing, aren't I? I shouldn't have said anything. A round of applause for these guys. So Peter having to push that machine back up. And they were always temperamental, the M350s. So sidecar machines then getting themselves ready. Absolutely huge round of applause for this man. No spectators on the circuit. So sidecars warming up in the background, and they're going to complete their 3 laps. So yesterday, last night, the sidecars were out, and I would tell you, they weren't hanging about. Barry Davison was ahead of them on his Honda, and I think it was Sandra had a photograph up of it on Facebook this morning, and it was great. It was a great photo there of Barry Davison on the solo bike on the Fireblade, just ahead of the sidecar machines, and Crow Brothers just in behind, and Deneen was over to the side of them. Peter getting a big cheer there from the crowd. So again, these machines will be at the Classic Bike Festival this weekend. Don't forget we're having that chat show on the Friday night in and around 6:30 or so. And there'll also be live music on the Friday night. Saturday, motorbikes all day. Racing, parades, Grand Prix machines. You'll see it all. All the legends from road racing will be there. And then Saturday night, chat show, more music. And more music, maybe 1 or 2 beers. We'll play it beer. And then Sunday, more motorbikes and more racing. So see people queuing up already to get out onto the track. But you will want to get out of your vehicles to listen to these sidecars. They're amazing around here. Last night sounded brilliant. Just hearing there, Jeff McMullen, he's still pushing that bike round to the paddock. He might have to stop for a smoke break in a wee minute or two.
stop for smoke break in a wee minute or two.
So just a reminder, if you already haven't done so, Darren Duncan, can you bring your transponder to Richard, please? So if you haven't already done so, can you bring your transponder to Richard? Timekeeping, that's Darren Duncan.
To Richard, please. So if you haven't already done so, can you bring your transponder to Richard? Timekeeping, that's Darren Duncan.
So there we go then. The last machines to be released onto the Mid Antrim 150 road race circuit around Clough, the sidecars. So the sidecars circulating. Again, just listen to them. In between the trees here. So you might have seen on social media the sidecars, and we obviously know they were cancelled at the TT this year, and they were just trying to make a plan, put a plan in place for next year. So the clerk of course for the TT was saying that the plan is never to remove the sidecars completely from the TT, from the island, but they're going to change a few things, whether it's going to be body work or the speed of them. They're going to have to, but it's not going to be as easy as what they thought, because of course a lot of these teams are racing in the British scene, and they can't expect swapping out engines all the time or swapping out body work, so they have to try and make it as easy as possible for them. Whether it'll probably be a map, an ECU map or something that they'll put into them, just to slow them down. So we've seen Ryan Deneen's outfit just leaving the holding area. So here comes Barry. Listen to this thing coming past us here. Wow, Lynch in behind him too in the Eclipse outfit. Up into the town. I'm sure he's getting deafened by that machine in front of him, that outfit from the Crow brothers, talking around. And Callum Crow the other night did a wee interview. That's also on our YouTube channel. And it was... just listen to that thing. So Newton on his way down then over the start and finish straight. I'm sure they're smiling under that helmet. So Callum and Ryan Crow, they're obviously, that incident that they had at the TT, they're still recuperating, but we're expecting them to be at the Classic Bike Festival. In fact, they will be at the Classic Bike Festival this weekend in the sidecar race. So a huge entry of sidecars for next weekend, or slide cars as they've been known throughout the years. But they're getting fitter, they're getting stronger. And Callum and the passenger there, they have to be really fit. They're getting thrown about all directions, especially around the TT course.
Callum and the passenger there have to be really fit. They're getting thrown about all directions, especially around the TT course.
So the 4 times TT winners, they had that machine out last night, and I think, well, she spilled her guts basically on the track. I don't know whether it was oil or whether it was water or what it was, but the last lap they had to freewheel it up into the paddock. But apparently, what I heard this morning, they were swapping the engines out last night to make sure the bike was out again today. And of course, for next weekend at Bishop's Court. And I think just moving about there. Around that right-hander, you can see the passengers. And they've been learning the track as well, so they've been doing onboards. Well, it's really the only thing you can do, onboards, and do physical laps of the track in a car, because they are hoofing on rightly through here. So just another announcement for Paul Cranston. Can Paul Cranston please make his way to the podium? That's Paul Cranston. You are the winner of the Gene McDonald Trophy. Yes, a huge round of applause, please, for Paul Cranston. Great appreciation here from the spectators. So well done, Paul. If you make your way to the podium, we'll get your photo taken. And get your mug shot before you pick up the trophy. Newton away through there. Steady away. It'll be interesting to know. We didn't get a chance to chat with the Crows last night, but it'll be interesting to know what they think about this wee circuit. And if they think you could ever race a sidecar around a road race like this. Of course, the modern sidecars are slightly quicker than what they used to be. So the CBR 600 Honda engine used in that Crow outfit. Again, swapped it out last night. No Deneen. I haven't seen Deneen. I think there was one that retired into the town, unfortunately. But Lynch on that Eclipse. It sounds like they're hoofing a wee bit more now this lap. The checkered flag being waved for them. Oh, again, that thing just moving about, squirming about underneath them. And then we'll wait for Lynch. Lynch brothers racing in the Ulster Superbike Championship. Derek and Dylan. So we're just waiting on Newton then, and then the machines will be making their way back round to the paddock on their cool down lap.
So we're just waiting on Newton then, and then the machines.
Oh, Deneen's made it back out again. So there is Deneen, the number 16 machine. So at least he got one lap in. Deneen hasn't really had much luck in that in the Ulster Superbike Championship with that machine. In the last couple of rounds he done very well, but he'll be enjoying this run around. So well done, Ryan Deneen, for getting these machines out onto the track and working with the club. So the machine's on their way back round. They will be making their way back into the paddock this time. So ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks very much for this weekend. Huge thank you to the club. And huge thank you to everybody involved. The scrutineers, the flag marshals, the track marshals, the timekeepers, the organisers, clerk of the course, especially Kitty Harland has done an absolute amazing job this weekend, and I'm sure she's been pulling her hair out, whatnot, especially after yesterday. But they have everything's been thrown at them this weekend, and they've worked very hard to get this back. So a fantastic job to the club, absolutely everyone involved, and of course the riders, the teams. If it wasn't for them, Trace and Mullen, Lee Osprey doing 1 lap or 2 laps. So a fantastic weekend all round, and to you spectators and the photographers and everyone who spreads the word here, and it's great to see so many spectators. Thanks very much, guys, for supporting the club. Thanks very much for supporting road racing in general. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, when you are going home, it is race direction for about 15, 20 minutes, but the marshals will let you know. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much, and we'll see you next weekend. Don't forget, keep the racing to the track. Safe home.